Overview of the text completion questions on GRE. I have a very interesting sentence for you here. Text completion questions can be very helpful in scoring high on the GRE's verbal section. This is because a smart test taker can, on these questions, achieve high accuracy while also saving time. What do the TC questions look like? This is example of a 1 blank TC question, example of a 2 blank TC question, and example of a 3 blank TC question. 1 blank TC questions involve just one sentence with 1 blank, and you need to choose one of the 5 answer choices. 2 blank and 3 blank TC questions involve a short passage with anywhere between 1 and 5 sentences. 2 blank TC questions involve 2 blanks and 3 blank TC questions involve 3 blanks. In these questions, you need to select one out of the 3 given answer choices for each blank. To summarize, TC questions involve a short passage with 1, 2, or 3 blanks, crucial words from the passage omitted. You are given multiple answer choices for filling each blank. You are given 5 answer choices for questions with 1 blank, and you are given 3 answer choices for filling each blank in questions with 2 or 3 blanks. The answer choices are generally one word or a short phrase. You need to select one answer choice for each blank, choices that lead to a complete and coherent passage. The answer choices for different blanks function independently. Selecting one answer choice for one blank does not affect the answer choices one can select for another blank. For example, in a 3 blank question, which choice you select for the first blank has no effect on what you can choose for the second and the third blank. All 3 times 3 times 3, therefore 27 combinations of answer choices are possible. Remember, a question is correct only if all your responses are correct. Unfortunately, no partial credit. Virtues of the correct answer choices in TC questions. In 1 blank questions, the correct answer choice must lead to a complete and coherent sentence. Remember, it's just one sentence in 1 blank TC questions. The resulting sentence must logically convey the intended meaning. In 2 blank and 3 blank TC questions, the combination of correct answer choices must lead to a complete and coherent passage, a passage involving 1 to 5 sentences, logically conveying the intended meaning. So, what do the TC questions test? These questions test a candidate's ability to complete an incomplete text by using the meaning of the given text and context, the intended meaning of the complete passage, the meaning of the answer choices, and therefore, yes, vocabulary is involved. However, please understand this is not a direct test of vocabulary as such. It is a test of reasoning, and vocabulary is a medium through which your reasoning skills are tested. Understanding the meaning of the passage is the key here. Remember, it is not about tricks or shortcuts. It is about concepts and approach. TC questions on GRE. What should you expect? Expect around 7 TC questions, roughly 4 questions in the first verbal section, and roughly 3 questions in the second verbal section. Time available per verbal question on GRE is roughly 90 seconds, and your target time per TC question on GRE should be between 30 and 90 seconds, depending on the number of blanks involved. On average, target around 60 seconds per question overall. To conclude, I would say that TC is a question type on GRE in which you can score high and save time. Strategy for attempting one blank TC questions on GRE. Remember, it is not just about vocabulary, it is about meaning. What do the one blank TC questions look like? We know that the TC questions on GRE come in three variations: the one blank TC questions, two blank, and three blank. In this video, we would be discussing the strategy for solving the one blank TC questions. To elaborate, one blank TC questions involve one sentence with one blank. A crucial word in the sentence is omitted, and you are given 5 answer choices for filling the blank. These answer choices are generally one word or a short phrase. You need to select one of the 5 answer choices for the blank, a choice that leads to a complete and coherent sentence conveying the intended meaning. Let us now understand the step-by-step approach for attempting the one blank TC questions. Step 1.1. Read the complete sentence without looking at the answer choices. Otherwise, you will be confused. Step 1.2. Understand the intended core meaning of the sentence. Filter out the extra information. It is there to confuse you. Focus on the core message. Step 2. Set a broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Keeping your expectation broad is very important because you will rarely find the specific answer choice you expect. Step 3 is to eliminate by comparing the given answer choices with your broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Always have such a grid in place, and as you compare the given answer choices with your broad expectation, keep eliminating. For example, you look at answer choice A, you are able to eliminate. Choice B, you find it convincing. However, do not select the answer choice at this stage, just hold it. Choice C, you are able to eliminate. Choice D, you are able to eliminate. Choice E, you find it decent and you hold it. Now, after some deliberation, you are able to eliminate choice E as well, and what you are left with, choice B in this case, is the answer choice that you must select. Therefore, the answer choice that you are left with after the elimination is likely the correct answer choice. However, don't forget to cross-check. That is step number 4. You must put the selected answer choice in the blank and check. The correct answer choice would lead to a logical and coherent sentence conveying the intended meaning. A quick summary of the 4-step approach. Step 1. Read the complete sentence and get the core meaning. Step 2. Set a broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Step 3. Compare the answer choices with your broad expectation from the correct answer choice and eliminate. Always have such a grid in place to eliminate 4 of the 5 answer choices, and before confirming your selection, always cross-check. A side note here. The strategy for attempting one blank TC questions and sentence equivalence questions is largely the same. These are the 4 steps. In one blank TC questions, you have to select one out of the 5 given answer choices. In sentence equivalence questions, you have to select 2 out of the given 6 answer choices. But the strategy broadly remains the same. And therefore, in the further videos, you will be very often seeing this snapshot, which encapsulates the strategy for attempting one blank TC as well as SE questions. So what are the incorrect answer choices on one blank TC questions generally like? These choices are very often irrelevant to our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Most common. Then, many incorrect answer choices are opposite to our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Roughly 50% TC questions feature an antonym of the correct answer choice. Third, an incorrect answer choice is sometimes inferior of the 2 good answer choices. Let's understand this through an example. You have an incomplete sentence here, and you see these two answer choices. Theoretically, they are very similar in meaning. However, pervasive has a negative connotation. It is generally used in a negative context, while in this sentence, we are talking about a positive trait in wise people. Therefore, a positive word is needed here. Universal would be a better answer choice. This third trap is less common and is generally found in very high difficulty level questions. Hence, this trap is a bit less frequently tested. Let us now discuss the virtues of the correct answer choices. On any one blank TC question, the correct answer choice matches our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. It leads to a complete and coherent sentence conveying the intended meaning. Let us apply the discussed strategy and all the learnings from this video on a GRE-like example. Here is the question along with the answer choices. Here is a snapshot of the 4-step approach. Please pause the video and try solving this. Remember, it is not about getting this question correct. Rather, it is about applying the strategy that we discussed earlier in this video. Step 1. Let us read the complete sentence and get the core meaning. The director's choice of music for the climax of the film seems to be somewhat something, as it does not aptly resonate with the emotional context of the events on screen. Many words here, but the core message is that the choice of music seems to be somewhat something negative, as it does not resonate with the emotional context of the events. If you simply read all the shaded words here, you will get the core meaning of the sentence. Step 1 is done. Let us look at step 2 now. See, the music is not resonating with the emotional context, and therefore this choice is somewhat definitely a negative word is needed here. So the sound of the word needed here is negative, and our broad expectation is something on the lines of what? Please pause the video and note down your word. My word here is awkward. You may have chosen another word, something like unfit or misfit, or even something like bad. All these expectations are fine as long as they are broad in nature and not very specific. So, with that broad expectation from the correct answer choice, let us try to eliminate. Proficient is a positive word. It means competent, and therefore this cannot be correct. Adept means skillful. This is another positive word. This cannot be correct. Pertinent is another positive word. It means relevant. We are looking for something which is opposite of relevant. So C should be very comfortably eliminated. Phlegmatic is an interesting answer choice. It means lacking in emotion. This choice here is not resonating with the emotional context, but it is not that it is emotionless, and therefore phlegmatic should also be eliminated. We have completed step 3 here. Do not forget step 4, which is to cross-check. So let us place misplaced in the blank here and see whether the resulting sentence is coherent and conveying the intended meaning. So the director's choice of music for the climax of the film seems to be somewhat misplaced, as it does not aptly resonate with the emotional context of the events on screen. The resulting sentence is coherent and it conveys the intended meaning. E is the correct answer choice. To conclude, I would say that please remember this very important slide, the 4 steps approach. This would help you in attempting the one blank TC questions in an organized way. And remember, the same strategy very well works for the sentence equivalence questions. You may want to take a screenshot of this very important slide. Apply this strategy in all the one blank TC and SE questions going forward. Initially, focus on gaining accuracy and then try to get a balance between accuracy and speed. Difference between sentence equivalence questions and one blank text completion questions. The two are very similar, and mastering one helps master the other. This is what a one blank text completion question looks like, and this is what a sentence equivalence question looks like. Both these questions involve one incomplete sentence with exactly one blank. In a text completion question, you need to select one out of these 5 answer choices that duly completes the sentence. And in sentence equivalence question, you need to select 2 out of these given 6 answer choices. The 2 answer choices that duly complete the sentence and lead to 2 sentences that are alike or equivalent in meaning. So we need to select 1 out of 5 answer choices here that duly completes the sentence. And here we need to select 2 out of 6 answer choices that lead to logical sentences with equivalent meanings. As you would notice, the two questions are very similar, and that is why the same strategy works very well for attempting each of these question types. We have covered this earlier. Here is a quick recap for either of these questions. Step 1 is to read the complete sentence and get the core meaning. Step 2 is to set a broad expectation from the correct answer choice. One choice in case of one blank TC questions and 2 answer choices in case of sentence equivalence questions. Step 3 is to eliminate using such a grid. And step 4 is to cross-check, therefore verify that the resultant sentence is logical and you have not committed any careless mistake. This is a very important slide. You will very often see a miniature of this slide. Here is one throughout our course. So far, we discussed the similarity between the two question types. Let us now look at the difference. The big picture is that one blank text completion questions are simpler version of sentence equivalence questions. Let's compare the two. Both these questions involve one incomplete sentence with one blank. In sentence equivalence questions, you need to select 2 out of 6 answer choices, whereas in text completion questions, you need to select 1 out of the given 5 answer choices. In SE questions, you must ensure that each of the 2 selected answer choices complete the sentence. Same with TC questions, you must ensure that the selected answer choice duly completes the sentence. However, the complication starts now in that you must ensure that the 2 resultant sentences in SE questions are equivalent in meaning. In one blank TC questions, you don't have to worry about equivalence because you have to select just one answer choice. In SE questions, sometimes a logical answer choice may be incorrect because it does not have a partner answer choice. At Experts Global, we call such answer choices logical but lone answer choices. Whereas in text completion questions, you don't have to worry about this aspect because there is no possibility of a logical answer choice being incorrect. To understand the difference a bit more practically, let's take a GRE-like example. Here is an incomplete sentence. Here is a set of 5 answer choices from a one blank text completion perspective. And here is a set of 6 answer choices from the sentence equivalence perspective. You need to select 1 out of these 5 answer choices, a choice that duly completes the sentence. And here you need to select 2 out of these 6 answer choices that not only complete the sentence logically, but also lead to a pair of sentences with equivalent meanings. For each of the 2 question types, you are aware that the strategy for attempting the questions remains the same. Please pause the video and solve this. Step 1, we read the complete sentence and duly understand the core meaning. Please notice this contrast shift here. The core meaning is that although Vincent is not much of something, he is still familiar with the entire body of work of a certain playwright, and he can even easily recite each of his plays from memory. So step 2, what should be our broad expectation from the correct answer choice? See, Vincent is able to do all of this here despite not being much of something. What I could think of here is something on the lines of a theatre buff. Remember, your broad expectation should be always something broad and in simple everyday words, easy to understand. So my broad expectation here is on the lines of a theatre buff, that Vincent is not much of a theatre buff, but he is still able to do all of this. And choice A here very well works. Anthologist is somebody who collects short stories. That doesn't match our broad expectation. A braggart is somebody who brags, boasts a lot, so that doesn't work. A realist doesn't work. A narcissist is a self-lover. That does not fit the context here. So from a one blank TC perspective, this question was quite straightforward, but this question can get quite interesting from the SE perspective. You see, we have a theatre goer. However, there is no other answer choice that means the same as a theatre goer. Therefore, this answer choice suffers from what we call the problem of being a logical but lone answer choice. This word is very well completing the sentence. It is leading to a coherent meaning. However, it does not have a partner answer choice. And therefore, if we select this answer choice, we cannot have a pair of answer choices that lead to equivalent sentences. So this answer choice has to be eliminated. Although this answer choice perfectly matches our broad expectation from the correct answer choice, we must, with a heavy heart, still eliminate this answer choice. Choices B and C can be eliminated. These are same here. Stalwart does not fit this context. And C, an actor or a thespian, they have exactly the same meaning. And although they mean something quite different from a theatre goer here or something quite different from our broad expectation here, still if we read deep, we can notice this point of the ability of reciting each play from memory. So an actor, a thespian, can work very well in this context. Although we had to eliminate our most convincing answer choice for the lack of a partner answer choice, such is the beauty of sentence equivalence questions that you must worry about this extra layer of reasoning. Just being logical is not good enough. We need a pair of answer choices that lead to sentences with equivalent meanings. So we completed step 3 here. We eliminated. See, elimination had such an important role to play in reaching the correct pair here. We must cross-check once, which means we must duly fill the correct answer choices into the blank and ensure that the resultant sentences are doing the needful. A very interesting question, this one. I hope you enjoyed. I also hope you got this question correct and through the correct reasoning. And if you did not, even better, it means that you had a great opportunity to understand the concept and the underlying traps. With this, I hope that the similarity between the two question types is absolutely clear to you. Please use the similarity to your advantage and beware of the difference. GRE sentences are deliberately made complex. We must cut through the noise and focus on the core meaning. The first tip is to skip complex-looking proper nouns or names. Let's take an example here. We don't need to worry about what this complex name is. The core message is that the common dog is considered by many the certain example of animal domestication. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice should be on the lines of best. Let's take one more example. Please try applying this tip of skipping complex-looking proper nouns or names for simplifying the sentence. So this complex word is not important. Similarly, this complex word is also not important. This position is not important. This period is also not important. What matters is that somebody in some battle ended something. And therefore, this person here must have won. And therefore, our broad expectation from the correct answer choice should be something on the lines of won. Second tip for saving time is to run through prepositional phrases. Let's understand this through an example. When you see closely, you will observe that this is a prepositional phrase, repetition for something. Then this is a long prepositional phrase, president of the oldest corporation in the country. And then here you have a very long prepositional phrase, stewardship of such and such organization for so many years. So we see three sizable prepositional phrases here. The tip is to simply run through these phrases and focus on only the main words. See, in the first prepositional phrase, the only word that matters is the first word, repetition. The preposition and whatever follows is extra information. Similarly, in this prepositional phrase, the word that matters is once again only the first word, president. The preposition and whatever follows is all extra information. Similarly, in this prepositional phrase, the only word that matters is once again just the first word. The preposition and everything else that follows is all extra information. Now see, if we focus only on the main words, which are these three words marked in green here, we very well get the core message that the reputation of the president is entirely something given his excellent stewardship. That's all. You see, more than half the words in this sentence are not playing an active role, and we must learn to skim through such extra information through such prepositional phrases to save time. The core message is that the reputation of the president is entirely what, given his excellent stewardship. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of justified. Let's take one more example here. Please identify and skim through the prepositional phrases. This is one prepositional phrase. Then what follows is another long prepositional phrase. Then we have one more prepositional phrase here. The words that really matter are growth. In this phrase, the word that matters is probably sector. It's about the growth of some sector. And in this prepositional phrase, the word that matters is simply change. Now see, if we only read these words in green, we will be able to get to the core meaning of the sentence, which is that growth of some sector somewhere can be said to have something not having seen appreciable change. So once again, you see, more than half the words here are only to confuse you and to waste your time. The core message is that the growth in whatever sector has not seen appreciable change, and therefore our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of stagnated. The third tip for saving time is to run through the text between commas. Let's understand this through an example. You see the information between these two commas here. This information is extra information, and this does not play an active role in the core meaning of the sentence. If you simply skip this information and read the rest of the sentence, you very well get the core meaning, which is that maggot therapy was a well-established method of wound. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice should be something on the lines of treatment. Let's take one more example. Please pause the video, figure out extra information between commas that you must skim through. You have a pair of commas here, and therefore this information needs to be skimmed through. And then you have a comma here, comma here. So whatever you have here is a list. So this information is simply extra information. Even skipping this information will lead to a complete sentence, and this information here is a list. The core meaning is that position relative to the nearest star, something, whether a cosmic dust cloud will form a, and then one of the three options. What these options are is not very important, and after going through what is also not very important. The core message is that position relative to the nearest star, something, whether a cosmic dust cloud after going through something will form one of these options. So what is this position doing? It is determining whether a cosmic dust cloud after going through whatever process will form one of whatever options. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of determines. The fourth tip for saving time is to run through names, facts, and figures mentioned in the sentences. Let's understand this through an example. You see a date mentioned here, then you see the name of a king mentioned here, you see a place mentioned here, you see another complex name mentioned here. All this information needs to be skimmed through. The idea is that archaeology began in whatever year with whatever king of whatever places, excavation of whatever relics, and now the real information starts. That these relics were as ancient to him, as in this king here, as this king is to us. A fact that something, the immense breadth of human history. So the core message that this king is so old to us, but the relics he found were ancient to him. So all of this illustrates the immense breadth of human history. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of illustrates. Let's apply this learning on one more example. Please pause the video and try to identify all the information that you must run through on the exam. Covering, so the amount of coverage is not very important. The name of the forest is not very important. The name here is not very important. The core message is that covering a large area in whatever forest, this largest organism on the earth is a certain colony of something. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of spread out. On the GRE, you may get a fancier word, something like rambling, sprawling, proliferating, but the broad meaning would remain similar. We covered the 4 main time-saving tips on GRE, and here is a bonus tip. The tip is to not get stuck on a question. When you find a difficult word in a sentence, please keep reading, complete the sentence, and in most cases, you will be able to figure out the meaning of that difficult word contextually. Then, when you see a difficult word among the answer choices, please don't get nervous. Apply the CRC technique, the context root connotation technique taught in one of the earlier lessons, and then go by elimination. If the situation demands, make an educated guess and move on. Please do not get stuck. And once in a while, when you are in no control of a sentence and you have no idea of what is going on, trust me, it is totally all right. It does happen sometimes, and it happens with everyone. It is a part of the fun called GRE. It's totally all right. Make an educated guess and move on. Remember, you can score the 99th percentile on the GRE despite getting roughly 20% of the questions incorrect. Do not let a few difficult questions define the fate of your overall GRE score. Here is a quick summary of all the time-saving tips on the GRE sentences. Number 1, skip complex-looking proper nouns. Number 2, run through the prepositional phrases. Number 3, run through the text between commas. Number 4, run through the names, facts, and figures. And please don't forget the bonus tip, which is to never get stuck on any one question. Remember, easier questions are waiting for you. Do not let a few difficult questions define the fate of your complete GRE score. Let's solve a GRE-like example. Here is the question, the answer choices, and here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and try solving this. You will realize that this difficult proper noun has no role to play in the question. Then this prepositional phrase from here to here provides superfluous information. Then this information between the 2 commas is extra information. This is not going to have any significant role to play. This exact date does not really matter. The core message is that this musical piece has been dated to some very old date, making it the most certain music known today. Since it has been dated to such an old date, our broad expectation from the correct answer choice should be something on the lines of old. Significant means something else. Nothing can be said about the popularity of the music. Beguiling means enticing or charming. That does not match our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Outdated is a trap here. This word means no longer in use. So out of use, out of fashion is what outdated means. It doesn't necessarily mean old. Think of pager phones, not very old, but outdated. So this is a very interesting answer choice, but this is not correct. Antediluvian means ancient, and this perfectly matches our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Choice A wins. And the moral of the story is that so much of the information in this sentence is superfluous. What matters is simply that this musical piece has been dated to a very old date, and therefore it is the most ancient music known today. So by skimming through the superfluous information and focusing on the core meaning, you can save a lot of time. You may want to take a screenshot of this summary slide, the 4 main tips for saving time, along with a bonus tip. Use these tips throughout your preparation as well as practice, and these will help you save some serious time on the GRE. Common mistakes in attempting the text completion questions. Look at this question here. Do you think restive can be a good answer choice? If you thought restive means something on the lines of restful, that's not correct, and many students would commit the common mistake of going by the sound of a word. Restive, in fact, means just the opposite of restful. This is not the correct answer choice. Something like peaceful or restful should be our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Let us now look at some of the most common mistakes. First mistake is directly plugging in the answer choices. This is probably the most common mistake. Remember, the answer choices are there to confuse you. When you start directly plugging in, you are falling into the trap. Many students start directly plugging in the answer choices, hoping that this would save time, but in fact, such an approach always ends up taking longer while also decreasing the accuracy. Remember the correct approach taught in some of the earlier videos? Here is the correct 4-step approach for one blank TC as well as SE questions. Next common mistake is not going by elimination. Remember, the correct approach is not to select an answer choice, but to eliminate the incorrect answer choices. When you don't go by elimination, you may end up getting confused, missing certain layers or nuances in the sentence. Please remember, answer choices very often help you in realizing certain layers and nuances in the intended meaning. Not going by elimination may also lead to selecting intuitive but incorrect answer choices. Besides, not going by elimination may lead to depending more than required on vocabulary, and all of this may lead to taking much longer to solve the questions, while of course also decreasing the accuracy. Please remember, this is the correct 4-step approach. Let us apply this on a question. See, the coach did something to the team's morale which led to the players performing better in the second half. Now, if you don't go by elimination, an answer choice such as indulged or coddled, which mean pampering, may sound correct. But if you go by elimination, you realize that this answer choice evoked, which means to arouse, can just not be eliminated because this is a nearly perfect answer choice. Moral of the story, please eliminate, do not select. The next common mistake is going by the sound of the words. Please remember, some words may mean very different from what they sound. Some examples: Prodigal has nothing to do with prodigy, it means wasteful. Ingenuous has nothing to do with genius, it means innocent. Forsake has nothing to do with forsake, it means to abandon. Fastidious has nothing to do with fast. It refers to the idea of wanting everything to be perfect, someone difficult to please. Enervate does not mean to energize. In fact, it means just the opposite. Dissolute has nothing to do with dissolve. It means overindulgent. Spendthrift may sound like thrifty, but it means just the opposite of thrifty. The main point I am trying to make here is that going by the sound of the words can very often lead to falling for the trap. The correct approach is to go about building a strong vocabulary and practicing a lot. Then remember the correct four-step approach and remember to go by elimination. That's the key. It's not about selecting the correct choice, it is about eliminating the incorrect choices. When you go by elimination, you will not be able to eliminate the correct answer choice, and therefore you are likely to catch the trap hidden in the correct sounding incorrect answer choices. To see some of the common mistakes covered in this video, let's take a GRE-like example. Here is the example and here is the correct four-step approach. Please pause the video and try solving this. So, something happened to their professional relationship because of the political differences. So, our expectation from the correct answer choice is something negative. Terrific has nothing to do with terrible. In fact, it means quite the opposite. It means excellent. So, this cannot be correct. Grin has nothing to do with grim, which means sad. On the contrary, grin means a big smile, something positive, and therefore this cannot be correct. Some difficult vocabulary involved here. If we don't go by elimination or if we start going by the sound of the answer choices, you see we will end up choosing an incorrect answer choice. Facetious is humorous, so this cannot be correct. Indolent is lazy, which may be an interesting answer choice. But imagine you just cannot eliminate tempestuous. Tempest, we know, means storm, and therefore tempestuous is stormy. So their professional relationship grew stormy over political differences. Even if you don't know the meaning of this difficult word, indolent here, which means lazy, which just doesn't fit the context, you can very well reach the correct answer choice here. So please remember, do not directly plug in the answer choices. Please go by elimination and don't go by the sound of the words. Remember the correct approach for solving these questions. A few more common mistakes to avoid while attempting the text completion questions. We will be covering the mistake of not spotting contrast or shift in meaning and the mistake of not reading closely enough. Not spotting a contrast or shift in meaning shall lead you to opposite expectation from the correct answer choice. And questions with such contrast or shift have an antonym in answer choices very, very often, almost always. Let's understand this through an example. Here is an incomplete sentence, and here are the answer choices. I have taken an easy example here to explain the concept. If you read this sentence closely enough and you spot this word though here suggesting a contrast in meaning, you will understand that the intended meaning is that the rumors were dismissed. However, if you do not spot this contrasting word though here, your expectation from the correct answer choice would be just the opposite, and choices such as promulgated or intensified would become very attractive answer choices. Therefore, please be careful to spot such shift triggers. Here are some common examples. But, however, though, although, yet, even though, despite of, in spite of, still, no, and all the derivatives of no, such as not, neither, nor, etc. Next common mistake, not reading closely enough. When you don't read closely enough, you may end up having an incomplete idea of the intended meaning. You may end up missing the clues for filling in the blank or missing the intended contrast or shift in the sentence. As a result, you may fall into the trap. Remember the correct 4-step approach. Pay attention to step number 1 here, which is to read the complete sentence and get the core meaning. To further understand the common mistakes explained in this video and to avoid them, let's take a GRE-like example. Here is the question along with answer choices. This is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and try solving this. Now, if you don't read closely enough, you may think that the company has grown by only 0.5%, which seems like a very low growth, and therefore the CEO is expected to receive considerable something negative, and therefore something like censure sounds like a good answer choice, but this is not correct because you must always read the complete sentence and get the core meaning. When you read beyond the blank, you realize that the growth was negative in the earlier 3 quarters, and therefore this 0.5% growth, something positive, is good news. And therefore, the CEO is expected to receive something positive. And therefore, an answer choice such as applause meets our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. E is the correct answer choice here. To summarize, not spotting contrast or shift in meaning is a common mistake that you must avoid, and not reading closely enough to duly understand the intended core meaning is another common mistake that you must avoid. A very interesting session on figuring out the meaning of unknown difficult words. At Experts Global, we call it the CRC technique, which is about using the context, root, and connotation for finding broad meanings of unknown difficult words. Vocabulary development is an important part of GRE preparation. However, no matter how hard you work, there will always be some words that you don't know the meaning of. On average, every GRE question has more than 5 difficult words across the question stem and the answer choices. In many questions, you will not know the meaning of all the difficult words involved. So please understand that it is normal to not know some words. This happens with everybody. However, not knowing a word or two on a question is not end of the road. You can still very well get many such questions correct. What's required is a lot of common sense along with what we call the CRC technique, which is about using the context, root, and connotation to figure the broad meaning of a word. Context is about the setting in which a word has been used. Root is about the etymology or the origin of the word. Connotation is about the sound of the word. These 3 characteristics can be used to figure out the broad meaning of a word. We will be delving deep into each of these characteristics later in this video. For now, let us take a holistic example here. In the red is a difficult word. Please assume that you do not know the meaning of this word and try to use the context, root, and connotation to figure out the broad meaning of this word. The context here is judges not hesitating to do this to individuals in response to something about proper procedure. See, judges are not hesitating from taking the action, and therefore this is likely to be a punitive action. And therefore, the context here suggests some order or punishment. We applied context. Let us now apply root to get a broad meaning of this word. So we break this word into 2 parts and we get an idea of something jet-like. So the root tells us jet-like, and now we apply connotation. What sound does jettison have? To jettison someone is on the lines of making someone jet-like, to make someone fly. So it would depend on the context. On its own, this sounds like a neutral word. So see, we may not have been able to figure out the exact meaning, but we have a very fair idea using CRC about the broad meaning of this word. On the GRE, you will often be caught in such scenarios where you may not know the meaning of a word, but please don't get nervous. Apply CRC, you will get an idea, and you should go about solving the question. So now what goes into the blank? We know the broad idea here is that most judges will not hesitate to punish an individual. This is all extra information. We don't have to worry much about this. From the court. So this punishment is going to be on the lines of ousting somebody in response to some misconduct here. So we are expecting something on the lines of a misconduct. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice is on the lines of a misconduct or disregard for proper procedure. I hope this gave you a broad idea of CRC. Let us now delve deeper into these three characteristics. To begin with, context. It may often happen that you do not know a word. However, you can still figure out a lot about the broad meaning of the word from the context, the setting in which it has been used. You should attempt to figure out the sign of the word, which means figuring out whether it is a positive, negative, or neutral word. And you must attempt to figure out the intent of the word, which is about the broad meaning of the word. Here is an example. In red, you have a difficult word. Assume that you do not know the meaning of this word and try to figure out the sign and the intent of this word using the context in which it has been used. See, whatever this word is, this is earning the king love of the villagers. Therefore, the sign of this word is definitely something positive, and the intent here is something on the lines of kindness. Let's take one more example. Please pause the video and try to figure out the sign and intent of the word in red using the context. Through a series of certain motions, the painter swiftly put the final touches on his masterpiece. These motions are leading to a swift final touches, and therefore the meaning of this word is going to be on the lines of swiftly itself. So the sign here is moderately positive and the intent here is something swift. Let's take one more example. Please pause the video and try to figure out the meaning of the word in red using the context in which it has been used. Italy has had major influence on certain tradition of Europe, and this influence is popularizing the use of tomatoes and certain utensils. So what kind of tradition are we talking about? Something to do with tomatoes and use of utensils. Such stuff is used in cooking, and therefore the intent here has something to do with cooking. See, you may be able to figure out sign first or intent first. That's totally all right. In this case, we found the intent first. In this case, we found the intent first. In the first case, we probably found the sign first. It doesn't matter. So in the last example on this slide, it's about cooking. So the sign is neutral or maybe mildly positive, and the intent is about something to do with cooking. I hope you got all three correct. Let us now delve deeper into the second characteristic, root. You may not know the meaning of a word, however, you can figure out a great deal about the meaning of the word by breaking it into small pieces. This field is called etymology, which is the study of roots, source, or development of words. A strong recommendation here, the book Word Power Made Easy by Norman Lewis. I personally started building vocabulary through this book many years ago. Studying the roots for building vocabulary is a great first step in the right direction, and it helps you develop a natural interest for learning new words. By applying etymology, or in simple words, figuring out the root of the word, try to get an idea about the sign of the word, about whether it is a positive, negative, or neutral word, and try to figure out the intent of the word, which is the broad meaning of the word. Let's take some examples. This word here, assume that you don't know the meaning. Break it, you get derma and itis. Words starting with derma have something to do with skin, and words involving itis have something to do with irritation. So the sign here is clearly negative, and the intent here is about irritation in skin, therefore an irritating skin condition. Here is the dictionary meaning of the word. You will see it is very close to what we figured out by breaking the word. One more example here. Regicide, assume that you do not know the meaning. Break it, regus plus side. Words beginning with reg generally have something to do with king. Imagine, regal means royal. Even a dinosaur, Tyrannosaurus rex, there is derived from the same root as that dinosaur has been given a king-like status. And then side, of course, means killing. Homicide, genocide, suicide. So the sign here is absolutely negative. The intent here is to kill. Even if you did not figure out the meaning of regus here, you still have a very fair, broad idea that it is about killing someone. The dictionary meaning is to kill a king. One more example. On breaking down, we figure out these roots. You find many such words with the root nuct, even nocturnal. A very simple word, for example, comes from the same root. Phobia, we all know, means fear. Even if you could not figure out the first half of the word, you have a broad idea that this word has something to do with fear. The sign here is clearly negative and the intent is fear of night. Here is the dictionary meaning, fear of darkness. Remember, CRC will only rarely give you the exact meaning of the word. Generally, it will give you only a broad meaning, which would be good enough to help you navigate through that word on the GRE. One more example, let's break it. Somnus is a very familiar root, so all the words somniac, insomniac, soporific come from the same root, which means to sleep. And the second half, ambulare, has to do with walk. The sign here is something mildly negative or maybe neutral, and the intent here is walking in sleep or simply sleepwalking. Knowing roots is something very interesting because one root leads to many words. For example, look at this word. What do you think this word should mean? It comes from the same root, somnus, and therefore somnus and loci has to do with talking. And therefore this word should mean sleep talking. This word should mean something like sleepishly or drowsily. Here are some frequently tested word roots. Overall, around 65 roots. Knowing these roots can enhance your vocabulary by more than 500 words. Please take a print of this screen and keep referring to it. Let us now look at the third and the last characteristic, connotation. You may not know the meaning of a word, but you can sometimes figure out a bit from its sound. You may be able to figure out the sign of the word, about whether it is a positive, negative, or neutral word, and you may be able to figure out the intent of the word, which is about the broad meaning of the word. However, an important note here, connotation is something not very reliable because it depends on how a word is sounding to you, and therefore it is something personal in nature and it is not foolproof. That is why this has been kept in the last. This is the least reliable of the three characteristics under discussion, and the other two characteristics, context and root, are relatively a lot more reliable. Here are some examples. I won't spend much time on these because the sign, the intent we are able to figure out is something intuitive and subjective in nature. For example, bastion, not to everyone, but to a lot of people, it would sound positive. And yes, it has a positive meaning. It means defense. Accoutrements, sign, neutral, intent, difficult to figure, but it sounds a set of equipments. It means accessories. Besmirch is likely to sound negative. Intent cannot be figured. The meaning is to soil something, to make something dirty. One more example, sign is likely to be negative. The intent, some students may be able to figure out. It is bestial, beast-like. The meaning of bestial is brutal. Once again, I repeat, connotation is the last resort. It is the least reliable of the three characteristics under discussion here. Context and root are more reliable, connotation not so much. In fact, going by the sound of the word is one of the common mistakes committed by students, something that we have covered in our earlier videos. Let us now take a GRE-like example. This is your question. This is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and try solving this question by applying CRC for figuring out the meaning of difficult unknown words. Step 1, we read the complete sentence and we figure out the core meaning. Following the construction of all of this, what was once some kind of a setting became dominated by garish, smoky stuff, irritating clouds, and relentless sounds. So let's apply context to begin with. We see a contrast here. Something was earlier something else, and later it became smoky, cloudy, and cloudy not in a good way, but cloudy of soot, and it became noisy. So earlier it must have been something opposite. So from the context, we can figure out that probably it was earlier something serene. So applying the context helped us with step number 2 here. It helped us set a broad expectation from the correct answer choice, something on the lines of serene. C options such as antiquated have something to do with antique, which is a trap. It is not the same as serene. Vivacious, C, viva means sound. So answer choice E means quite the opposite of what we are looking for. So applying root helped us eliminate 2 of the answer choices, even if initially the meaning of these words were not known to us. Scintillating has a certain sound. What is the connotation of the word scintillating? Even if you don't know the meaning, it doesn't sound like something which is serene. Scintillating sounds like something lively. Although the sign of this word sounds positive, the intent seems lively, something quite opposite of what we are looking for. So choice A can probably be eliminated using connotation. And if you are good with roots, scintilla means a spark. So scintillating means something sparkling. Therefore, applying CRC helped us eliminate 3 answer choices with difficult vocabulary involved. Choices A, D, and E have been eliminated. Choices B and C are very close. Picturesque is something which is picture-worthy, and utopian is something ideal. Utopia would go beyond just the physical setup, and therefore this answer choice should be eliminated. We completed steps 1, 2, and 3. Let's cross-check. Picturesque going into the blank suggests that something picture-worthy has now been spoiled by all of this because of such and such construction. Our original expectation from the correct answer choice was serene, which broadly matches. A perfect match is anyway rare. B is the correct answer choice. Do not fear unknown difficult words. Even if you don't know a word in the question text or the answer choices, remember there is help available. Rest of the sentence or passage, the context in which the difficult word has been used, the incorrect answer choices, the correct answer choices are all there to serve one purpose, which is to help you reach the correct answer choice. To begin with, let me emphasize that it is normal to not know some words. So if you are on a question and you come across a word in the question text or in the answer choices that you are not aware of, trust me, you are not alone. Everybody struggles with some words. The guy who scored the 99th percentile does, and the girl who has been teaching the GRE for 10 years does struggle with some words. Nobody knows all the words. It is absolutely normal. Don't worry, we will handle it. Keep a calm state of mind and apply CRC, as you know, the context root connotation technique. Let's break this down. You may encounter a difficult unknown word in the question text, as in the sentence or the passage involved, or you may encounter such a word in the answer choices. Let us take the first scenario first, where you encounter a difficult word in the question text. Not knowing a word is not the end of the road. You can still get the question correct. Remember, there is help available. Rest of the question text, the context in which the difficult word has been used, the incorrect answer choices, the correct answer choices, along with a calm state of mind and the CRC technique can help you navigate the difficult word. Let's take a GRE-like TC example where the meaning of a difficult word in the question text may not be known. Here is an example, and highlighted is a word whose meaning, let's assume, we don't know. Let us try to solve this question without already knowing the meaning of burgeoning. This is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this. Step 1, let's figure out the core meaning. So this creature experiences something. This is all extra information. We don't have to worry about this. The creature experiences a periodic something in its population, but in the past, high number of this other creature, which is a primary predator of the earlier creature. And then there is talk about sustainable population levels of this earlier creature. So if the predator is leading to sustainable population of this creature, without the predator, the population would not be sustainable, it would be explosive. And therefore, the broad likely meaning of this word is something like exploding. So see, suddenly without knowing the meaning of this word, we have a broad idea of what it means, and we can go about our business of trying to get this question correct. Step 2 is to set a broad expectation from the correct answer choice. We know that the primary predator is stopping the population from burgeoning and leading to a more sustainable population level of this creature here. So we need something that means on the lines of leading to. It is in past tense, all the choices. We need an answer choice that means something on the lines of led to. Let's get on to step number 3, which is to eliminate 4 of these 5 answer choices. The broad expectation is led to. Choice E, confiscated, means to seize. That has nothing to do with led to, so choice E should be eliminated. Forestall means to prevent. It is the opposite of what we are expecting. Threatened is also quite on the opposite lines. Predicted and ensured are the only respectable choices. Of course, predicted is far inferior compared to ensured when we are looking for a led to like meaning. D is the correct answer choice. And the main concept we learned here is that despite not knowing the meaning of a difficult word in the question text, we could very well estimate a broad meaning of this word as well as get this question correct. Let us now look at the second case where the unknown difficult word is in the answer choices. Some students, including me, are scared of eliminating unknown answer choices. Yes, if I don't know the meaning of a word, I am quite nervous about eliminating it. On the other hand, some students are scared of selecting an answer choice whose meaning they do not know. Either approach is not correct. Yes, when you don't know a word, it is a bit of a problem. However, don't unnecessarily select such an answer choice and don't unnecessarily eliminate such an answer choice. Either approach is emotionally extreme. The correct approach is to go by elimination. Imagine you may end up eliminating the other answer choices, and therefore the unknown answer choice must be selected. That is likely to be the correct answer choice. As a backup, you of course have the CRC technique where you use the context root connotation to get a broad possible meaning of the difficult unknown word. The final option is to make an educated guess and move on. Remember, you can get the 99th percentile on the exam despite getting a handful of questions incorrect. So please don't let a few questions decide the fate of your overall GRE score. Let us now take an example where some of the answer choices are not known. Here is the question. Here I have highlighted all the difficult words. This is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and try solving this. Step 1 is to read the complete sentence and get the core meaning, which is that a cordial interview took a certain turn when the interviewer asked certain types of questions at the irritable footballer notorious for being in news for controversial non-sporting reasons. Let's try to figure out the broad meaning of these words here. There is definitely a contrast here. It was earlier cordial and some contrast happened. Therefore, these questions must have been non-cordial. So this difficult word means something on the lines of not cordial. And this difficult word is likely to mean something like popular or known for being in news for non-sporting reasons. So see, just from the context, we have been able to figure out the broad meaning of these difficult words. Step 2 is to set a broad expectation from the correct answer choice. So what kind of turn is it? Not a cordial turn. And therefore our expectation for this blank is something on the lines of unpleasant. So let's go about step 3, eliminate the answer choices while expecting something like unpleasant from the correct answer choice. Jazzy, imagine, is jazz-like, so something flamboyant, which doesn't match our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Let's try to figure out the meaning of this word. Con means together. This root here means life. So living together, the meaning of the word convivial is friendly, which doesn't match our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Similarly, sim means together. Phonic, phone has to do with sound. So again, this is a positive word. So this cannot be the correct answer choice. Now, tempest we know is a storm. So the interview took a stormy turn, makes sense. Cathartic means cleansing. So that's also a positive word. This cannot be correct. So answer choice D, tempestuous, is the correct answer choice. And we could get to it while navigating through so many difficult words whose meaning we did not directly know. Some answer choices can be trappy because they are counterintuitive. For example, look at this sentence here and look at these two answer choices. So Robin graduated college by the age of 15. So Robin is an early achiever, and if you felt that prodigal should therefore be the correct answer choice because prodigal has to do with prodigy, that's not correct. Prodigal means wasteful. Precocious, which means intelligent or brilliant, fits the bill here. Imagine a brilliant youth. Robin had already graduated college by the age of 15. Prodigal is a counterintuitive answer choice here, a trap. The first category of counterintuitive answer choices is words which mean different from what they sound. As we discussed, some words may mean very different from what they sound. Some examples: prodigal, we discussed, this has nothing to do with prodigy. Ingenuous has nothing to do with genius, it means frank. Forsake has nothing to do with forsake, it means to give up. Fastidious has nothing to do with fast, it refers to somebody very particular, to an extent finicky or fussy. Enervate does not mean to energize, in fact, it means just the opposite, to exhaust. Dissolute has nothing to do with dissolve, it means immoral. Spendthrift and thrifty are very, very different. Thrifty means miser, spendthrift is just the opposite, it means extravagant. The correct approach to avoid these traps is to go by elimination. That's the key. Remember the 4-step correct approach. It's not about selecting the correct answer choice, it is about eliminating the incorrect answer choices. In the larger scheme of things, build a strong vocabulary and practice a lot. Very importantly, analyze your performance, particularly review the questions that you get incorrect. Analyzing your mistakes is how you learn the best. The second category of counterintuitive answer choices is words which may have a very different connotation in our mind. We all associate a certain connotation, a certain sound with most words. Sometimes our perception about the connotation, the sound of the word may not be correct. Sometimes the word may have a wider application and our intuition may not be correct. Let's take some examples. Disinterested does not necessarily mean not interested. The word means impartial. Uninterested means not interested. Surprise is not necessarily positive. However, shock is necessarily negative. For many of us, including me, affect may sound like something negative and effect may sound like something positive. I always felt so, but that's not correct. Affect as well as effect are neutral words. They can be used in all scenarios. Of course, the list can be endless. The correct approach is to go by elimination. That's the key. Remember the 4-step correct approach. It's not about selecting the correct answer choice. It's about eliminating the incorrect answer choices. Gradually build strong vocabulary and practice a lot while always duly analyzing your mistakes. The third category of counterintuitive answer choices is words which have a broader application than what you and I perceive. Sometimes our understanding of the application of a word may be limited. Hence, we may end up eliminating a correct answer choice because of our limited knowledge of the application of the word. For example, profound, we may think that it means intelligent or scholarly. However, it may also mean deep, thoughtful, or philosophical, and it may also mean thorough or comprehensive. Similarly, a word like homely, if you think means home-like or comforting, that's perfectly correct. However, in certain contexts, it may also mean unhandsome, unattractive, or lacking in physical beauty. Let's understand this concept further through an example. Look at this example. Now look at these two answer choices. On the exam, you would not have got both these answer choices because they each are correct. Going by all the information here, what all is being used: clear lines, simple geometric shapes, suggesting rigidness, severity, and emptiness. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice here is something like simple or basic, which is exactly what austere means. Whereas the meaning of Spartan in our mind may be about being ascetic, somebody practicing self-denial. However, such an understanding is limited. The word has a broader application. The correct approach for overcoming the challenge on the GRE questions is going by elimination. That's the key. Remember the 4-step correct approach? It is not about selecting the correct answer choice, it is about eliminating the incorrect answer choices. And gradually build a strong vocabulary while practicing a lot. Always deeply analyze the questions that you get incorrect. They are the best source of learning. The fourth category of counterintuitive answer choices is homonyms. Homographs are words which have the same spelling but different meanings. Simple example: bark and bark, as in a tree bark and a dog bark. Similarly, mean and mean, as in mean the average and mean being rude. Homophones are words which have the same pronunciation but different meanings. Simple examples: accept and accept, or air and air. Together, homographs and homophones are called homonyms. These can obviously be confusing in the answer choices. However, traps based on homonyms are rare. Homonyms are not directly tested on the GRE. Let's take an example. Look at this sentence, and here are your 5 answer choices. The large number of caterpillars infesting the rose bush will soon do something to the bush with bite marks. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice would be something on the lines of harm, that the caterpillars will soon harm the bush. And the most interesting answer choice here is riddle. In our minds, riddle means a puzzle. However, there is a homonym of riddle. The other riddle means piercing lots of holes into something. You may have heard of the expression riddled with bullets. And once you know the meaning of the other riddle, no other answer choice will sound attractive, because what will so many bite marks do? They will riddle the bush. They will leave many holes in the bush. Now, if we were not aware of the homonym riddle here, we would have chosen some of the other less convincing or unconvincing answer choices. But once we are aware of this word, we will not choose any other answer choice at the cost of this correct answer choice. The correct approach for overcoming the challenge of homonyms on the GRE questions is going by elimination. That's the key. Remember the 4-step correct approach? It is not about selecting the correct answer choice, it is about eliminating the incorrect answer choices. And gradually build a strong vocabulary while practicing a lot. Always deeply analyze the questions that you get incorrect. They are the best source of learning. Let's take a GRE-like example. Here is your question, and here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this question using all the learnings from this section. The core meaning is that caffeine does not do something to the human body by doing all of this here. Caffeine merely masks fatigue. So caffeine is only masking fatigue. It is not genuinely something like stimulating the human body. So caffeine is not stimulating the human body, it is only masking fatigue. We need an answer choice on the lines of stimulating. If you felt that enervate has anything to do with energize, that's not correct. Enervate means just the opposite. It means to exhaust. Unrest is a negative word. This cannot be correct. Quiver means to shake. This is not relevant. Intensify has a very different meaning. If you felt that it means something on the lines of energize, that's not correct. It means to deepen or to heighten. Innovate is very close to our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Innovate means to excite, which is quite in sync with our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. E is the correct answer choice here. A very important topic, sentences involving contrast in meaning. Look at this simple example and look at these two answer choices. Only one of them is correct. See, this word though here suggests a contrast in the meaning here. So this person has a fanciful personality. He makes certain decisions. From this word though, we know that there is contrast involved. So we can say that despite having a fanciful personality, this person does not make risky decisions. Rather, he makes practical decisions. Contrast suggests a shift in meaning. It's a crucial concept because more than half the sentence equivalence and text completion questions on GRE feature contrast. Please understand, contrast reverses the broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Look at this example. Jack gave a stellar performance in the league stage of the tournament, but then we see a contrast trigger here, however. So we are expecting a shift in meaning. He gave a stellar performance earlier, and then we are expecting a contrast. So he must have given a poor performance in the knockout stage. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of failed. One more example. We see a contrast trigger here. Despite something, John bravely agreed. So by agreeing to gliding, John was being brave. That means he did not like heights. The broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of fear for heights. GRE may give you a fancier word with a similar meaning, something like disquietude. One of the other answer choices can be something on the lines of courage, and if you don't spot the contrast carefully, you may fall for such a trap. This is the right answer. This is not correct. Let's look at some contrast triggers. Some very simple examples here. Some more. All these words suggest a contrast and therefore a shift in meaning. Often, even the usage of present perfect tense, which means a helping verb such as has or have together with a verb, may suggest a contrast on the lines of something has happened and therefore something else, a shift of sorts. And remember, no itself, along with its variations, is one of the most common contrast triggers. Please understand that you don't have to remember these contrast triggers. We have listed these here just for your conceptual understanding. Beware of no and its variants in a sentence. No reverses the expected following word. You see a message like Tim is employed, but if we add a no in the sentence, the underlined word would reverse. So Tim is not, and now you see the underlined word has reversed. From employed, it has become unemployed. Some common variations of no: no not, neither nor, never, without, rarely, barely, hardly. Once again, you don't have to remember the list. It's all just for your conceptual understanding. However, anything but is something that you must remember. It is one of GRE's favorite phrases. Let's understand this in greater detail. Usage of anything but. In simple words, anything but simply means not at all or simply not. Hence, whenever you see anything but in a sentence, you can simply replace anything but with not. Let's take an example. Laura is confident. And now if we introduce anything but in this sentence, Laura is anything but. Let's replace anything but with not. So we get not here. Laura is not timid. So Laura is confident. Laura is not timid. Let's take one more example. Here is the sentence. Here are the answer choices. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and try solving this. Something expected has happened here. The head coach has been sacked because the team's performance has been. Now, our broad expectation from this part of the sentence must be something like bad. However, we see an anything but here, and we know that anything but must be replaced by not. So we replace anything but here with not. This entire phrase must mean bad, and therefore what must come in the blank is just the opposite, good, so that not good can suggest bad. Let's verify once. Expectedly, the head coach has been sacked as the team's performance has been not good. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice is something on the lines of good. So all the negative answer choices, such as disappointing or sardonic, meaning sarcastic, should be very comfortably eliminated. Meaning of oracular is on the lines of predicting future. That's not relevant here. Vernacular means a local language, a dialect. That's not relevant here. Satisfactory quite matches our broad expectation and it completes the sentence logically. Let us now try a version of the last sentence with an element of contrast in it. Here is the question. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve it. It's the same sentence, just that we have shockingly as the first word. In the last example, it was expectedly. So there is a contrast trigger here, and anything but, as we know, simply means not. So we have two shifts in this sentence, one right at the beginning and one towards the end of the sentence. So the meaning is that the sacking of the head coach is shocking, and therefore the team's performance must have been good. So this entire phrase is supposed to mean good, and therefore, since we have a not here, what must follow is something like bad. Not bad, and therefore good. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice is bad, and therefore any positive answer choice, such as satisfactory, must be eliminated. Oracular, meaning predicting the future, or vernacular, meaning a local language or dialect, do not match our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Sardonic, meaning sarcastic, is also something very different. Disappointing broadly matches with bad. And C, disappointing, leads to a logical sentence suggesting that the coach being sacked was shocking because the team's performance has been not disappointing. A word of caution here. Sometimes negative words or thoughts can be confused with contrast. Please don't do that. Don't confuse negative words with contrasting words. Don't confuse negative thoughts with contrasting thoughts. Focus on whether there is a shift in meaning. Shift is the key for there to be contrast. Let's understand this through a simple sentence. Henry did not study well. He did not score well. So a negative action here, not studying well, and a negative consequence here, not scoring well. But there is no contrast. There is no shift in meaning. Let's take one more example. She stumbled, she hurt herself. So a negative action here and a negative consequence, something unfortunate, but there is no shift in meaning. So please understand, these two sentences do not feature a contrast because there is no shift in meaning. Look at these two sentences. They feature contrast. You see, although Henry did not study well, he scored something positive here, something on the lines of well. That although he did not study well, he scored well. Similarly, you see a contrast trigger here. Expect a shift in meaning that despite studying well, Henry scored something on the lines of poorly. So, a negative action or circumstance leading to a negative outcome, no contrast. A negative action or circumstance leading to a positive outcome would suggest a contrast. A positive action or circumstance leading to a negative outcome, once again, yes, contrast. A positive action or circumstance leading to a positive outcome, no contrast. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this. In olden times, Alexander the Great was held in such esteem that a 33-year-old Julius Caesar, hardly a something at conquest himself, once remarked that compared to the achievements of Alexander, his own were insignificant. Probably the most important word in this entire sentence is hardly, suggesting that Julius Caesar, who was great at conquest himself, remarked that his achievements compared to the achievements of Alexander were insignificant. So the contrast trigger here is this very interesting word, hardly. The idea of this entire phrase is going to be that Julius Caesar was great at conquest himself, but Alexander was held in such great esteem that Julius Caesar considered his own achievements, so hardly something is supposed to mean great at conquest himself. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of inept. Hardly inept would mean adept or skilled. So you see, a novice at is something that almost perfectly matches inept here, and all the other answer choices therefore do not fit the bill. If you did not process this contrast properly, you may end up selecting just the opposite answer choice, something that is exactly opposite to the correct answer choice. Many students will end up choosing answer choice A, but that's not correct. The complete logical meaning here is that Julius Caesar, who was hardly a novice at conquest himself, considered his own achievements insignificant. Such was the esteem of Alexander the Great. Contrast over time. Look at this example here. Though a fearsome predator, once fully grown, freshly hatched alligators are as something as any other newborn. We can sense a contrast over time here that once the alligators are fully grown, they become fearsome predator, but while they are freshly hatched, they are quite the opposite. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice must be something on the lines of weak or vulnerable. Contrast over time in sentences suggests a shift over time. Let's take some examples. Look at this sentence. You can sense a shift happening over time that the indigo plant lost much of its value as chemical dye manufacturing processes improved. So as these processes improved, the indigo plant lost much of its value. That means once it must have been valuable. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice must be something on the lines of lucrative. One more example. Once again, you can sense a contrast or shift happening over time that the Olympic weightlifter was perturbed to see how something his once mighty mentor had grown with age. So the mentor was once mighty, and with age he became something that his mentee was perturbed to see. A contrast over time, the once mighty mentor seemed to have grown something on the lines of weak or frail with age. One more example. Please notice the contrast or shift happening over time. Ironically is clearly a contrast trigger. At the end of its life, the same sun that facilitated the formation of the celestial bodies in the solar system will likely something them. So in past facilitated the formation of these bodies, but in future, at the end of the sun's life, the sun is likely to do something ironic. So something quite the opposite of facilitating the formation, and therefore our broad expectation from the correct answer choice must be something on the lines of destroy, or a more GRE-like word here would be obliterate. Let's look at some contrast over time triggers. Some simple words, some more words, and use of present perfect tense marked by the usage of has or have along with an active verb. Once again, you don't have to remember the triggers. The list is here just for your conceptual understanding. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this. We can very well see a contrast or shift happening over time. One theory regarding the future of universe is that it will grow increasingly something as its size increases relative to the matter in it. So with time in future, as the size increases relative to the matter, we can expect universe to grow increasingly something on the lines of thin. So an answer choice like dense is just the opposite. So is heavy. Precipitous means abrupt. That does not match our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Capacious means large or roomy. That's a trap. This does not match our broad expectation from the correct answer choice, which is on the lines of thin. Sparse means thin. This is the correct answer choice here. If we had not processed the contrast and the overall meaning carefully, we may have fallen for traps such as capacious or dense. Many students would choose these answer choices. I hope you got this question correct. Contrast in perception or attitude. Please look at this sentence here. You can sense a contrast in perception or attitude in this sentence. Due to a handful of mishaps, the public has grown inordinately. This is a very important word here, suggesting that the public has grown disproportionately something about nuclear safety. Look at these two answer choices here, optimistic and pessimistic. Due to these mishaps, the public has grown disproportionately pessimistic about nuclear safety. That makes sense. If we had not spotted this contrast carefully, our expectation from the correct answer choice would have been just the reverse, optimistic, which is not the correct answer choice here. Contrast in perception or attitude in a sentence suggests a shift in perception or attitude about something. Let's take some examples. You can sense a contrast or shift in perception or attitude in this sentence. The word surprising is a contrast trigger here, that this person who is famously loquacious was so something in the last meetup. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something in contrast with loquacious. So the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of reserved. A more GRE-like word for reserved would be something like taciturn. Let's take one more example. Once again, you can sense a contrast or shift in perception here, that many people have a phobia of flying, but, so we have a contrast trigger here in but. Air travel is statistically the something form of transportation. So a clear shift in perception that people have a phobia of flying, but statistically air travel is something like the safest form of transportation. One more example, a contrast trigger to begin with. Though commonly perceived as something, the opera is a diverse art form that includes many prominent comedies. So the truth is that opera includes many prominent comedies, but it is commonly perceived as something else, something which does not include comedy. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of humorless. Contrast in perception or attitude triggers. Virtually all the contrast triggers can work for displaying contrast in perception or attitude. Remember this slide from one of the earlier lessons. All these triggers work very well. However, don't worry about remembering this list of triggers. It is only for your conceptual understanding. Gain the conceptual understanding and move on. Practice. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is your question. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this. The core meaning is that most physicians giving healthy dietary advice to their patients maintain fairly certain eating habits in their own day-to-day lives. So we see a clear contrast or shift in attitude that these physicians are advising healthy diets to their patients, but in their own day-to-day lives, they have fairly contrasting eating habits. So we need a word that is in contrast with salubrious, meaning healthy. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of unhealthy. Answer choices such as strict or regimental convey the opposite of what we expect. If we had not noticed the contrast in this sentence, we may have fallen for one of these antonymous answer choices. Even considerate is on the opposite lines to what we expect. Sumptuous is a very interesting answer choice. This would mean something on the lines of opulent eating habits, grand or luxurious eating habits. What we are expecting is something in contrast with salubrious, so something in contrast with healthy. We have unhealthy as an answer choice here. Sumptuous is an extreme answer choice. We have a much superior answer choice in unhealthy. Therefore, sumptuous must be eliminated. Answer choice E wins here. Contrast from usual. Please look at this sentence. You can sense a contrast from usual here, in that the bay is normally calm, but it grows something else for a few weeks at the end of summer. We need an answer choice that is in contrast to calm here, something on the lines of turbulent. A GRE-like word for turbulent would be tempestuous. Contrast from usual in sentences suggests a shift from the norm. Let's take some examples. Look at this sentence. You can sense a shift from the norm here in that the typically something flower beds were barren after the cyclone. We see a contrast from usual here. In this situation, the flower beds are barren, and therefore, typically, they must be something in contrast to barren, and therefore, something on the lines of lush, and more GRE-like words here, verdant and fecund. One more example. There is a shift from the norm here in that Yara, the 13-year-old, is not nearly as excitable as her peers. She is uncharacteristically something in contrast to excitable, and therefore something on the lines of calm. More GRE-like words can be sedate and demure. Some triggers for contrast from usual. Here is a list, and most of the contrast triggers covered in some of the earlier lessons work very well for showcasing contrast from usual. As always, don't worry about the list of triggers. These are here just for your conceptual understanding. Please just understand the concept and move on. Let us now take a GRE-like example. Here is the question. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve it. In this sentence, to observe the contrast from usual, you need to see a bit deeper. Surprised is the contrast trigger here. So what's going on? This resort offered few amenities. It was located in a remote region and it saw little tourist activity. So we see a list of negatives here: few amenities, poor location, and little tourist activity. But despite all of this, something left the guests surprised. The expectation was something and the guests experienced something else. So with so many disadvantages, the expectation may have been that the resort would be low in cost. However, it seems that it turned out to be much less, something like cheap. The expectation must have been that the resort would be cheap, but it turned out to be much less cheap. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice here is a word on the lines of cheap. Choices A and E mean exactly the opposite and therefore can be very comfortably eliminated. Accessible and popular mean something entirely different. They do not fit the context, nor do they meet our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Economical is quite on the lines of our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Let's cross-check once. The resort offered few amenities, was located in a remote region, saw little tourist activity, but despite these disadvantages, since it was much less cheap or much less economical than what the guests expected, left the guests surprised. Makes complete sense. D is the correct answer choice. Sometimes the blank itself may be a contrast trigger. For example, look at this sentence. This person is inquisitive and intelligent, but in matters of geography, he is caught unaware. So the meaning here definitely involves contrast, but there is no contrast trigger here. The blank itself is going to be a contrast trigger, a word on the lines of strangely, suggesting that inquisitive and intelligent, this person is strangely unaware of many well-known geographical facts. The concept is that sometimes on the GRE, the given sentence lacks a contrast trigger, but the meaning clearly conveys a shift. In such cases, the blank is likely a contrast trigger. The key to solving such sentences is duly understanding the meaning. As always, please spot any shift in meaning and arrive at your broad expectation from the correct answer choice accordingly. Please look at this sentence. Yara is part of an excitable group, but she is a calm 13-year-old. Clearly, the meaning of the sentence conveys a shift that she is part of an excitable group, but she is calm herself. Therefore, for the blank, we need a word on the lines of uncharacteristically. Let's take one more example. Please pause the video and come up with your broad expectation for the blank. The defending army was successful in repelling the attackers, yet they chose to concede. So once again, the meaning clearly conveys a shift, but such a trigger is missing in the sentence. The required contrast trigger needs to come right in the blank here, a word on the lines of unexpectedly. We hope you got the key point of this slide, which is that sometimes the blank itself may be a contrast trigger. Let us now take a GRE-like example. Here is the question. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this question. The country's youth are lacking governmental support, and the youth are optimistic about their future. So the meaning involves a shift, but such a shift trigger is missing in the sentence. The blank itself needs to be the required contrast trigger. Therefore, our broad expectation from the correct answer choice is a word along the lines of still or nevertheless. Choices A, B, C, and D can be very comfortably eliminated, while answer choice E matches our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. And when this choice is used for the blank, the result is a complete and coherent sentence conveying the intended meaning. E is the correct answer choice, and the moral of the story is that sometimes on these questions, the blank itself may be a contrast trigger. Beware of superficial contrast. Look at this example and look at these two answer choices. One of them is correct. You see, this contrasting phrase can be confusing. If you see closely, this does not have an active role to play in the sentence. You can very well just ignore it. And the core message remains that the young actress was delighted because she received a memorable role in the coveted director's film. Moral of the story, this contrasting phrase had no active role to play in the meaning of the sentence, and we must beware of such cases of superficial contrast. Contrast triggers do not necessarily induce contrast every time. Beware of superficial contrast, or in simple words, false contrast. Please read the sentences closely and carefully to understand the complete meaning and observe any shift in meaning, or in this case, very often the lack of such a shift in meaning. Let's take an example. Out of the two answer choices here, one is correct. You will notice that this contrasting phrase can be confusing with one contrast trigger here and one negative word. However, this phrase does not have any active role to play in the sentence. You can very well just ignore it here. The core meaning remains that the kings resisted the foreign invader and therefore they could not have rivaled, they must have united to resist the foreign invader. Let's take one more example. Out of the two answer choices here, one is correct. Please solve it. When you observe closely, you will see that this contrasting phrase does not have an active role to play in the sentence, nor does this contrasting phrase. You can overlook these. In fact, even this negative word here, which can very well be a contrast trigger sometimes, does not have an active role to play. This is just making the context complex for you. All these three cross marks here suggest superficial contrast, and the core meaning remains that precious metals remain the least something commodities that one can invest in. So the idea is that precious metals remain something positive and therefore the least something negative here. So this contrasting word least here is not superficial, it has a role to play. We want to say that these commodities remain the most secure commodities, but because of this least here, now we would say that precious metals remain the least volatile commodities that one can invest in. A very interesting question this. If we did not process the contrast here carefully, our broad expectation from the correct answer choice would be on the lines of secure. However, that's not correct. Volatile is the correct answer choice here. And the moral of the story is that we must beware of superficial contrast. Remember, meaning is the key. Shortcuts or tricks don't make high achievers. Concepts and comprehension do. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this. You will notice that this long contrasting phrase starting with a contrast trigger here is all superficial. This does not have an active role to play in the core meaning of the sentence, which is that this location remains one of the most something positive tourist destinations in America despite disadvantage. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of sought after. So all the negative words, proscribed meaning prohibited of sorts, should be eliminated. Obscure meaning unclear can also be eliminated. Remote and uneconomical do not fit the context and they do not match our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Frequented is quite on the lines of our broad expectation. Frequented, answer choice D is the correct answer. And the moral of the story is that we must beware of superficial contrast on the exam. Not every contrast trigger leads to a shift in meaning. Please focus on meaning, that's the key. Sentences involving multiple contrasts in meaning. Look at this example here and look at the two options. Please pause the video and solve it. You will notice multiple contrast triggers here. Although is a contrast trigger, it suggests a shift in meaning. Then you see did not, another contrast trigger, so a shift. And then you see a fail, so a shift yet again. Such a short sentence, but you see 3 shifts in meaning here. To get this right, it is crucial to process each contrast and therefore shift in meaning carefully. Let's process this second part first. Did not fail to see means what? It means that the investor saw the potential. So you see 2 negative words here, did not and fail, kind of cancel each other, and the meaning turns out that the investor saw the potential of the proposal. So the second half of the sentence is something positive, and therefore the first half of the sentence here must have a positive meaning. But then once again we have a negative word here, although, so something negative must come here. The investor saw the potential. You see, a negative word here together with a negative word here would cancel the negative meaning, just the way a negative phrase here did not, together with another negative word here, fail, cancelled the negative meaning. So we need a negative word for the blank. Impressed can be eliminated. Unimpressed is the correct answer choice. That although unimpressed, the investor still saw the potential of the proposal. To begin with, let's look at the cases of double contrast. As we are aware, contrast suggests a shift in meaning. Therefore, double contrast suggests two such shifts. Look at this example here. Try to come up with a broad expectation for the blank. We can notice a shift here in though and then a shift again in never. So though the author had never visited Brazil, most Brazilian readers agreed his depiction of their culture was what? Now we see something negative here and then one more negative word here. Therefore, despite something negative, something positive must have happened here. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice for filling this blank would be on the lines of accurate. One more example. So we see a shift in meaning here, one more shift, and then one more shift here. So the meaning overall is similar, that despite something negative, something positive happened here. However, we have a not here, so for a positive outcome, we need to convey something on the lines of not a negative outcome. So because of this not an extra shift here, our broad expectation from the correct answer choice would completely reverse. From accurate in the last case, our broad expectation in the second case would be inaccurate. Just the opposite because of this extra shift involved. Here is the broad list of our contrast triggers. Once again, you do not have to remember the triggers. The list is here only for your conceptual understanding. Let us now take the case of more than two contrasts. GRE sentences can often have multiple shifts. Please be careful about every shift trigger that you see in a sentence. The key lies in identifying each such contrast trigger and processing it to duly understand the shift in meaning. Let's take one example here. Please pause the video and solve it. The acting was poor throughout rehearsals, and then we see a but here. Therefore, a shift in meaning. From lackluster, we are likely to see something impressive now, but there is one more shift involved here in not. Our expectation was that he must have impressed the audience, but because of this not here, our expectation needs to reverse and it needs to be on the lines of disappoint. That he did not disappointed, he impressed. If we had not navigated all the shifts carefully, answer choices such as enthuse or surprise would look enticing. However, because of our complete reasoning, we know that our expectation is quite the reverse of enthuse or surprise. Care to impress and posture do not match our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Fail to excite is quite on the lines of what we expect from the correct answer choice. Failing to excite and therefore disappointing. The broad meaning turns out that Ibrahim's acting was consistently lackluster during the rehearsals, but he did not fail to excite the audience on the opening night. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question. Please pause the video and solve this question. The catch to filling in the blank here lies in processing the later part of the sentence. We see a but cautious of something here, and therefore, while France and Britain may have wanted to do something because they were cautious of being drawn into the conflict, they did something else. What is that something else? Pledging the financial support but stopping short of providing troops, which means that France and Britain provided only partial support while they may have wanted to provide a complete support, and they did so because they were cautious of being drawn into the conflict. So ideally, they would have wanted to give their complete support. And therefore, this part of the sentence needs to be something positive. So France and Britain must have been something positive here about the historical efficacy of the Ottoman military. Something positive here, but we have a not here. Therefore, we would need a negative word here. Not negative would be in turn something positive. So we need a negative word here. So positive answer choices such as convinced by or persuaded by should be comfortably eliminated. Now the context is the efficacy of the military, therefore being not unimpressed and therefore being impressed makes greater sense than being not unsympathetic or being not nonchalant, which would mean not casual. Answer choice B wins. And once again, look at how many shifts are involved in this very interesting sentence. You have one shift here, then one more shift here, one more shift here, and in fact, unimpressed involves one more shift. Not unimpressed involves two shifts, thereby meaning impressed of sorts. So please understand the importance of noticing and processing all such shift triggers on the GRE sentences. Doing so would really make your life easy on the test, and missing any of the triggers would reverse your expectation from the correct answer choice. For example, if we did not process this not here, our expectation from the correct answer choice would have been on the lines of answer choice A here. B is the correct answer choice, and if you got this question correct, very good job. This is quite a complex one. Please apply all the concepts learned in this lesson on the exercise that follows. The use of multiple negative words in a sentence can be tricky, and GRE very often tests this concept. Look at this sentence. For the blank, you have two answer choices. One of them is correct. Please pause the video and solve this. The second half of the sentence says that Carl felt no anxiety. Two negative words coming together to convey a positive thought that Carl felt relaxed towards the next match. So the second half of the sentence says that Carl felt relaxed. So what should the first half of the sentence convey? How did Carl feel by the opponent's reputation? He must have felt unconcerned, but then we have a not here. Not unconcerned would mean concerned, so unconcerned is incorrect. Not intimidated would suggest that he was not worried, he was relaxed. A is the correct answer choice here, and the moral of the story is that GRE would often throw sentences with multiple negative words. Very often, the negative words would be back to back. We must process each such word carefully and understand the shift in meaning such words bring. Let's duly understand double negatives. We know that we must beware of no or not in a sentence along with all its variations, because usage of a negative word leads to a negative shift in meaning of the sentence. At the same time, usage of two negative words negates the negative shift and thereby leads to a positive or affirmative meaning. For example, wise is a positive word. Not wise becomes negative. However, if we turn wise also into a negative word, the phrase not unwise represents the case of double negatives. Two negative words put together suggest a positive or affirmative connotation. Let's take an example on these lines. Here is a question. Here is the correct four-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this. So, Jane Addams dedicated herself to social work and is recognized as the founder of the profession in the country. So, the second part of the sentence suggests that Jane Addams was a great social worker. So, what should have been her attitude towards severe inequality prevalent back then? Her attitude must have been of intolerance. However, we see another negative word rarely here. Now, if we said rarely intolerant, it would mean tolerant. You see how important it is to spot such shift triggers in the sentence. We don't want to say rarely intolerant, we want to say just intolerant. And for that meaning, our broad expectation from the correct answer choice for the blank needs to be on the lines of tolerant. Choice B therefore means just the opposite. So does choice A, so does choice C. Evocative means remindful or resonant. That would be an extreme answer choice. Unbothered by is quite in sync with our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Tolerant or unbothered, quite similar. C is the correct answer choice. And the key message here is that we must develop the skill of duly spotting every negative word in a sentence and processing the shift such words bring along. A GRE sentence very often contains multiple negative words. We must be equipped to navigate them all. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question along with the answer choices. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this. You see double negatives here. Hardly and uncouth means polished. So the editor is a polished man. Then we see a contrast trigger here. So what follows in the remaining part of the sentence is likely to be example of an unpolished behavior. Then double negatives again, not opposed to means on the lines of in favor of. Letting go a measured and professional lexicon. So he is in favor of letting go professional language in favor of a certain language if he feels that such a language will lend his rhetoric greater strength. We know that the second part of the sentence is likely to suggest a contrast from his usual polished self, and therefore he is in the favor of letting go his professional vocabulary in favor of unpolished language if he feels that such a language will lend his argument greater strength. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice is on the lines of unpolished. Unpopular means something else. Simple means something else. Pretentious, completely different once again. Malignant is an extreme answer choice. Coarse is quite on the lines of our expectation. Unpolished and coarse is quite in contrast with somebody who is hardly and uncouth, and therefore somebody who is polished. The complete sentence once again. The editor is hardly an uncouth man, therefore the editor is a polished man. However, so we are expecting a contrast, an unpolished behavior. What is that unpolished behavior? That he is not opposed to foregoing a measured and professional lexicon. So he is in favor of using an unprofessional lexicon and therefore for the blank, a coarse lexicon if he feels that such a lexicon will lend his rhetoric greater strength. E is the correct answer choice. And the key message here is that the GRE will very often throw at us sentences with many negative words. We must spot each such word and process the shift each such word brings in the meaning of the sentence. A drill on sentences involving contrast, low complexity. Target 100% accuracy and don't worry about speed at this stage. A quick recap. Contrast suggests a shift in meaning. Here is an exhaustive list of contrast triggers. You don't have to remember the triggers. The list is here just for your conceptual understanding. The key point remains that we must spot all such contrast triggers and duly process the shift in meaning that such triggers bring along. Here is the drill. On this slide, you will see 5 sentences with 2 answer choices for the underlined part. You need to select one of the 2 underlined answer choices. Please pause the video and attempt these while targeting 100% accuracy. The boxer continued fighting. That means he was not willing to capitulate or surrender. We see a though here, and therefore the later part of the sentence is expected to convey a contrasting message. In the second part, Mikhail has been shown to be vain about something, and therefore the first half must convey that he is modest. However, please don't ignore hardly here. We want to convey modest, but hardly modest would mean just the opposite. Hardly egotistical would mean modest. It's the case of double negatives. Egotistical is the correct answer choice. Anastasia agreed to remain on bed rest for an additional week, and therefore she knew that she was weak. Not ignorant is a double negative here, meaning aware. So she was aware of her frailty, which means weakness, would be the correct usage. You see a contrast trigger here that Pasha remained unconvinced of the apartment's suitability despite the realtor offering. Spasmodic would mean abrupt here, which does not fit the context. The realtor offering repeated reassurance but Pasha remaining unconvinced makes sense. Here, the second half suggests that Dominic refrains from seeking out new experiences, which means he is incurious. However, you see anything but here, which in simple words means definitely not. So Dominic is definitely not inquisitive, which means that he is incurious and therefore he constantly refrains from seeking out new experiences. Inquisitive is the correct answer choice here. These are the 5 correct answer choices overall. I hope you got all of them correct. If not, please analyze carefully and reattempt the drill because the next drills are going to be more complex. I hope you enjoyed the drill. Remember, the key point across this entire section is to ensure that we spot all the shift triggers and duly process them to understand the shift in meaning they bring along. Good luck for the next drill. A drill on sentences containing contrast, medium complexity. Please target 100% accuracy and don't worry about speed at this stage. Here is the drill. On this slide, you will see 6 sentences with 2 answer choices for the underlined part. You need to select one of the 2 underlined answer choices. Please pause the video and attempt this while targeting 100% accuracy. The first sentence involves similarity in meaning. Whatever the first part of the sentence says, the second part elaborates on that, and separating the two, you have a colon here. The context is that due to declining birth rates, some countries now have an inverted population ratio, and therefore, the lower the age demographic, what needs to follow here is lower population. That is the context here. Even if you're not able to understand the jargons involved here, age, demographic, inverted population ratio and all, you can simply take cue from the context here, which is declining birth rates, and this column suggests that the second part is simply elaborating on what the first part said. Therefore, the lower the age demographic, the less populous the country is. A is the correct answer choice here. The second sentence here has a similar structure. The first part concludes the key message and the second part elaborates on the same. Separating the two is a semicolon here. The key point is that political opponents need not be enemies. Therefore, in a democracy opposing a political platform, what do you think should come next? With or without developing animosity? See, the first part here talks about political opponents not needing to be enemies. Therefore, the second part, which is elaborating on the idea, must talk about opposing without developing animosity. That cooperation requires conformity has grown markedly what? And then what follows is that the belief now is that diversity of characteristics makes a population healthier. So the predominant belief now is that diversity is healthy, and therefore the older idea that cooperation requires conformity, which is in contrast with diversity, must have become obscure. However, please don't miss this word less here. So a shift has already happened. Less obscure would mean prevalent. Less prevalent would mean obscure. So we should choose less prevalent and therefore obscure. Prevalent is the correct answer here. Despite suggests a shift in meaning here, suggesting that although the expansive legend surrounding this pirate gives a certain impression, the actual activity was something else. The second half of the sentence elaborates on that. This talks about limited exploits and purposefully fearsome aesthetics. Therefore, his activity could not have been lasting. His activity must have been fleeting, which means transient or temporary. Childcare experts stress that parents can neither act as children's peers nor as tyrants. Therefore, the challenge of parenting is to maintain emotional closeness, which suggests not being tyrants. So the other part must talk about not acting as peers. Therefore, the last part of the sentence must suggest that the parents must not sacrifice the ability to administer discipline. The meaning is that the discipline must not be sacrificed, and therefore, without is the correct answer choice here. The primary support or opposition to Columbus's plan was that no ship of the time could carry enough provisions, and not that the earth was flat. Either way, whether it is about ships not being able to carry enough provisions or the earth being flat, the purpose must have been to oppose Columbus's plan. That the reason was this and not this does not really affect our choice for the blank. Either way, Columbus's plan was opposed. So this was the drill, friends. I hope you got all the 6 questions correct here. If not, please analyze properly and reattempt this drill. The next drill is going to be more complex. I hope you enjoyed the drill. A drill on sentences involving contrast, high complexity. Please target 100% accuracy and don't worry about speed at this stage. Here is the drill. On this slide, you will see 6 sentences with 2 answer choices each for the underlined part, and you need to select one of the 2 underlined answer choices. Please pause the video and solve these while trying to achieve 100% accuracy. The doctor here arranged to shadow the head of hospital's pediatrics department, but soon found that she had little natural affinity for working with children. So later, she found out that she lacks natural affinity for working with children, but initially, while taking up this option, she was not aware of the lack of this natural affinity. She probably took up this role to explore the possibility, and therefore she must have been curious or enthused about the role. So we need a meaning such as enthused or curious here, but we have a not here, which reverses the meaning. Not enthused would mean not spirited or not interested, which is not the meaning that we want. Not incurious and therefore curious about this possibility and therefore taking up this position, however, only to discover that she lacks a natural affinity for the role is the intended meaning here. Incurious is the correct answer choice. Carl was forced to accept that he was highly unlikely to be able to defeat Smith, and he played for a draw. However, this was not supposed to be his first choice. You see this term nevertheless here, suggesting a contrast. So Carl is someone who is not supposed to be content with a partial victory. However, or nevertheless, in this case, he was forced to play for a draw for such and such reason. Therefore, never one to be content with is going to be the right usage. Content with is the right answer choice. The Prime Minister engineered the formation of the German Empire for such and such reason. When we read closely, we realize that he did so out of compulsion, despite his disinclination, out of certain inevitabilities. Therefore, originally he was not in favor of this move. So we want to suggest that the Prime Minister was an opponent of German unification, but please don't rush into selecting opponent because you have an anything but here, which in simple words means definitely not. So definitely not an enthusiastic opponent would mean that he was a supporter, proponent. So selecting opponent would lead to an opposite meaning to what we require. Opponent is not going to be the correct answer choice here. Anything but or definitely not an enthusiastic proponent and therefore likely an opponent of German unification, the Prime Minister still took all these steps out of all the compulsion that has been talked about in the later part of the sentence. Proponent is the correct answer choice here. In the fourth sentence, this character did not want to show personal favor as that would be considered improper. So she did not want to show a personal favor, which means that she was in favor of the proposal and she feigned indifference towards it. So Portia was eager to wed this character here. However, let's not be quick to select eager because we have another shift here. Not genuinely eager would mean reluctant. So this would lead to a meaning that is opposite to what we want. We want to suggest that Portia was eager and therefore saying that she was not genuinely reluctant would suggest that she was in fact eager. Reluctant is the correct answer choice here, and the broad meaning is that this character, although she was not genuinely reluctant, initially feigned indifference or reluctance for the reasons explained in the later part of the sentence. The comedian in question here is unwilling to remain content working within his niche, yet he is not ready to venture outside his comfort zone. So he does not want to be confined to his niche. At the same time, he does not want to venture outside his comfort zone. So he must be caught in a position of perpetual artistic impasse, which means a logjam. Fecundity would mean productivity, which is quite the opposite of what we require. The same farm owners who owed the health of their ventures to the subsidies provided by the central government are now demanding a substantial loosening of restrictions, citing fear of governmental over-involvement. So the governmental role that got them the health of their ventures is now being deemed as over-involvement, and the farm owners are citing fear about it. So the situation is contradictory, conflicting, paradoxical, and not natural. Paradoxically is the correct answer choice here. I hope you enjoyed the drill. In case you got all 6 correct, brilliant job. Even if you got 4 or 5 out of 6 correct, a very decent job. These contexts are fairly complex. Similarity in meaning in GRE's text completion sentences. This is when identifying similarity between different parts of a sentence is crucial for answering the question. Please look at this example. Pause the video and try to come up with a broad expectation from the correct answer choice for filling this blank. The catch for solving this question lies in the last part of the sentence here, suggesting that video sharing sites have facilitated a boom in videographers, and then you can sense a similarity being expressed in the first part of the sentence, suggesting that the invention of the printing press did something similar in the context of professional writers. So video sharing sites facilitated a boom in videographers just the way the invention of printing press, something like facilitated a dramatic increase in the number of professional writers. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be on the lines of facilitated or enabled. Sentences with similarity in meaning are common on GRE's text completion and sentence equivalence questions. In such sentences, different parts of the sentence convey similar meanings. Similarity is involved in roughly 10% of the sentences seen on GRE's text completion and sentence equivalence questions. In such questions, identifying the similarity in different parts of the sentence is key to filling the blank. Let's take an example. The second part of the sentence suggests that digital entertainment is making television obsolete, and this part of the sentence suggests a similarity that much in the same way radio was turned obsolete by television. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be on the lines of turned obsolete or simply displaced. Similarity triggers. Basic words such as, just as, like, similar to, similarly, just as, so too, not only, but also, etc. The list is not exhaustive. Very often, there would not be a trigger as such, and you will need to duly understand the meaning to identify the underlying similarity in the sentence. For example, look at this sentence here. There is no trigger or keyword as such to convey a similarity. You need to understand the meaning here that the flavor of the cake had clearly been achieved through artificial additives, and therefore the flavor of the cake must have been noticeably something on the lines of synthetic. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this. The first part of the sentence talks about a record, and the second part of the sentence talks about the earlier record. So this phenomenon was the shortest action ever recorded, and the previous record was held by this phenomenon, which is nearly as something in duration. This as here suggests a similarity. The first part of the sentence talks about the shortest action, and this being the new record. The second part talks about the earlier record through a phenomenon which is nearly as something like short in action. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice is something on the lines of short in duration. Irregular means something else. Intermittent is similar to irregular. Extensive means broad. This just doesn't work. C and D are two interesting answer choices. Since we are talking about duration, brief is clearly correct. That the second phenomenon being talked about here is nearly as brief in duration. D is the correct answer choice. Parallelism is the idea of conveying similar thoughts in a similar way. Look at this sentence. You see this construction, the harder the something, a logical sequence in, the greater the reward. So what do you think would lead to a greater reward? Something on the lines of work. The harder the work, the greater the reward. Parallelism is about conveying similar meanings in a similar way. In such constructions, one part of the sentence requires a logical counterpart for due completion of the thought to be conveyed. Look at this example. You can see parallelism here. The less something, the fear, the more maladaptive the behavior. To understand what must come in the blank, we need to process the information in the preceding part of the sentence. Chronic anxiety leads to unhealthy coping behaviors because the anxiety lacks a concrete source that can be resolved. So it's about lack of concrete sources leading to anxiety. And therefore, in the preceding part of the sentence, we need something like concrete itself, that the less concrete the fear, the more maladaptive the behavior. Because, as suggested, chronic anxiety lacks a concrete source that can be resolved. So, the less concrete the fear, the more unhealthy the coping behavior would be, or in other words, the more maladaptive the behavior would be. In the blank, we need a word on the lines of concrete, or in simple words, realistic. Parallelism triggers as, or the more, the less, the bigger something, the better, the fitter, the worse something else. both A and B. Too, too. For example, too easy to break a sweat. However, this list is not exhaustive. Very often, there is no trigger involved in parallelism, and you need to duly understand the meaning to identify the inherent parallelism involved. Let's take one more example. Roses are too something to thrive without constant attention. They cannot thrive without constant attention, and therefore our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be on the lines of delicate. A more GRE-like word here would be a loose synonym of delicate, vulnerable, something that is unsafe or open to attack, or simply weak. Let's take one more example. The parallelism bit here is in both A and B, and the logical prequel to this usage is here in that mathematics is as much A as B. So mathematics is as much an art as a science requiring both A and B. Now you see, impeccable logic very much caters to the science bit of mathematics, and therefore for the blank, we need a word that caters to the art bit of mathematics. And therefore for the blank, we need an answer choice on the lines of creativity or imagination. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question. Here is the correct four-step approach. Please pause the video and solve it. The first part of the sentence here talks about a mistake, and the second part of the sentence summarizes the mistake. The mistake is incorporating too broad a range of issues and then trying to cover up a lack of substance with extreme rhetoric. So having a very broad range of issues, lacking substance, and then using extreme rhetoric. Therefore, the less narrow the focus, or in other words, the more broad the range of issues, what's expected to follow here is extreme rhetoric. However, we already have a less here. We wanted to say the less narrow the focus, the more extreme the rhetoric, but rather than more, we have the less here. Therefore, rather than extreme, we need the opposite of extreme, something on the lines of subtle. That's our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Measured matches our broad expectation. All the other four answer choices mean something else. C is the correct answer choice, and you will notice that identifying such parallel construction, for example, the less something else here, quite helps in solving the question. Appositives are words or phrases with similar meaning, and they are kept next to each other in a sentence for the purpose of laying emphasis or broadening the scope of what they convey. Let's take an example here. For the blank, you have two answer choices. One of them is correct. Please pause the video and solve it. What follows the blank is a philanthropist always willing to do good stuff. And therefore, in the blank, we need a positive word, altruistic here. Now see, altruistic and a philanthropist who does all of this, the meaning is very similar. That is the idea of appositives, words or phrases with similar meaning placed next to each other in a sentence. So here in this sentence, we see that Misty is genuinely altruistic, a philanthropist always willing to do all of this. And this construction here, altruistic and a philanthropist placed next to each other, is the concept of appositives. As just explained, appositives are two words or phrases with similar meaning following each other in a sentence. They convey similar meaning and they are used for laying emphasis or for broadening the scope of what they convey. Look at this example. Biographers say that Marie Curie was always an inquisitive, curious student. Now see, the two words here are very similar in meaning and they together represent the usage of appositives here. The purpose of using these two words here in this sentence is laying emphasis on the inquisitive or curious nature of Marie Curie. Let's take one more example. Now here, pleasantly warm and balmy each represent Jamaica's climate. See, the two words are quite similar in meaning. However, the usage here broadens the scope of the meaning involved. Pleasantly warm and balmy, very similar in meaning, but they each broaden the scope of the meaning of the other word. So we saw two examples here. The first example reflects the use of appositives for laying emphasis, and the second example here reflects such usage for broadening the scope. Look at one more example here. The new traffic laws are so tyrannical, even draconian, because the city administration wants to popularize public transport. Of our interest here is this usage, tyrannical, even draconian. See, the two words are very similar in meaning and they each broaden the scope of other. Look at this example. Please pause the video and come up with your broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Pete's essay is so devoid of structure that its argument is almost incoherent. And then what follows is something which is supposed to be very similar in meaning. Almost incoherent, borderline, something else. However, this usage, borderline, suggests that the two phrases together must broaden the scope of the meaning here. The first part says incoherent, so in the second part, we probably need something a bit stronger. Try to understand this from this example, so serene, almost blissful. The two phrases are very similar in meaning. However, the second part is a bit stronger, that something is so serene that it is borderline blissful. Similarly, in this sentence, we have something negative here, something incoherent, something on the lines of incomprehensible. So see, we have almost incoherent followed by borderline incomprehensible. The two phrases are very similar in meaning and together they broaden the scope of the message being conveyed. A more GRE-like word for incomprehensible, unintelligible, something which cannot be comprehended. I hope this concept is absolutely clear. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question. Here is the correct four-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this. The legal battle over something has turned into something which is a complex web of findings that are all of this that none of the concerned parties can easily extract themselves from. Of our great interest here is this part of the sentence, from here to here. The idea is that the legal battle has turned into something which is a complex web of a lot of things. So we have the usage of appositives here. Before the comma here, we need a word that suggests a complex web of something. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice can be something on the lines of a maze. You see, maze and a complex web of findings represent similar meanings. The two terms have been used to emphasize the complexity here. An anthology is a short collection of stories that doesn't fit. A symphony is a pleasant sound that doesn't match our expectation. A tempest is a storm that does not match our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. A menagerie is a zoo of sorts that just doesn't fit the context. A quagmire is a puzzle that very much syncs with our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. I hope that you thoroughly understood this very interesting concept of appositives, cause-effect relationship on GRE sentences. Look at this example here. Please come up with your broad expectation from the correct answer choice. The first part of the sentence represents a cause and the second part represents the effect. The effect is that blueberry has become popular among the health conscious, therefore its properties must be healthy. A more GRE-like word here would be salubrious, the idea of something healthy. Sentences with cause-effect relationships are popular on GRE's text completion and sentence equivalence questions. Roughly 25% of the sentences involve a cause-effect relationship. Spotting this causal connection is key to filling the blanks on such questions. Look at this example. The cause is that Jack rehearsed his speech several times, and therefore the result was that his speech was something on the lines of flawless. One more example. The first part of the sentence is the cause. After the comma, we have the effect. The cause is that there has not been any appreciable innovation in the recent years in the agricultural sector of the region, and therefore the rate of growth of this sector in the region can be said to have stagnated. One more example. Washing the affected area with water does nothing to relieve the effects of the chemical weapons because their active agent is what in water? Insoluble in water. Some cause-effect triggers. Obvious words such as because, as, since, so, for, thus, therefore, thereby, hence, as a result, resultantly, consequently, etc. The list can be very long. However, a very important and hardly talked about trigger is the usage of present participle together with a comma. Very important. Let me explain this through an example. You see, the first part is the cause here, and the second part is the effect. However, none of these triggers have been used in the sentence. The trigger is a comma followed by a present participle, which is a verb plus ing. Remember, a comma followed by a present participle generally suggests a cause-effect relationship. Even if we flip it, this would be true. So now the present participle, which is the verb plus ing form, is in the cause part of the sentence. And you see, this is the cause. Then you have the effect in the second half of the sentence. In between, you have a comma. So cause, comma, effect. And cause has a present participle, which is a verb plus ing form. None of these triggers have been used in the sentence. However, the cause-effect relationship is apparent. We will be preparing a separate video on the usage of present participle together with comma for reflecting a cause-effect relationship. However, I hope that you got a fair idea about the same here. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this. One part of the sentence suggests a cause, and what follows that is the effect bit of it. The average person living today would find it impossible to fully understand the psychology of the average ancient human. Therefore, the gulf or gap between the ancient and modern epochs must be something on the lines of vast. Imperceivable means something that cannot be felt, that does not match our expectation. Inconspicuous means something invisible that does not match our expectation either. Protracted means extended. This is quite on the lines of what we are expecting. Trifling means trivial or minuscule. This is opposite of what we are expecting. Abhorrent means offensive or obscene that just does not fit the context. C is the correct answer choice. I hope you got this question correct, and more importantly, I hope you duly understood the concept of cause-effect relationship on the GRE sentences. The usage of present participle, which is a verb plus ing form, together with a comma, generally suggests a cause-effect relationship. Let's understand this through an example. You see, this part of the sentence is the cause, and the second part here is the effect. The two have been separated by a comma, and after the comma, you have a verb plus ing form, which is a present participle, and this construction is suggesting a cause-effect relationship. Cause followed by comma followed by effect, and the effect starts with a verb plus ing. This would work even if we flipped it. Look at this example. Now the cause bit is here, the effect is here, and you see this time the cause has the present participle construction. The verb plus ing form is coming here and not here. In the previous example, the effect bit had the present participle, the cause bit did not. In this example, it is the other way around, and both the sentences are absolutely correct. You will notice that these sentences do not have a cause-effect trigger such as because, as, since, therefore, etc. However, the cause-effect relationship is absolutely clear because of this present participle and comma combination. Present participle is the verb plus ing form. Some examples: studying. Study is the verb. Studying is its present participle. Similarly, eating, sleeping, etc. Introduction of present participle after a comma generally leads to a cause-effect relationship. Look at this example here. The first part here is the cause. The second part is the effect, and you see the two have been separated by a comma, and what follows the comma is a present participle, which is a verb plus ing form. Verb is put, putting is its present participle. You will notice that no cause-effect trigger such as because, as, since, etc. has been used here. Still, the cause-effect relationship is absolutely clear. It is because of this combination of the usage of a present participle together with comma. Even if we flipped this, the sentence would very much hold. Now, the cause part, the effect part, what you have in between is a comma, and the cause part here has the present participle usage, the verb plus ing form. The effect part does not have it. See, in the previous sentence, it was the other way. The effect bit had the present participle and the cause part did not have it. Either way, the cause-effect relationship is clear and both the sentences are absolutely correct. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please pause the video and solve this. See, this part of the sentence is the cause. Then we have a comma here, and what follows is the effect bit. And for the blank, you have all the answer choices ending with an ing, and therefore all the answer choices are present participles. So, celery is calorie negative because it is rich in water and cellulose. Now, cellulose has been described here. It is something tough, fibrous material that lines plant cells. So this entire thing is the cause, particularly the tough, fibrous material lining the plant cell, leading to the effect of greater expenditure of energy in digestion than what the food source provides the body. Therefore, this food consumes more energy in digestion than what it provides, and therefore it is calorie negative. We have the cause here, then a comma, followed by the effect. What do we require for the blank? We require something on the lines of celery requiring a greater expenditure of energy than what it provides. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice is something on the lines of requiring. Procuring means to make available. This does not work. Manifesting means attesting or providing evidence. This does not fit the context. Necessitating is quite in sync with requiring here. Pretending just does not work. Accumulating means collecting. Collecting a greater expenditure of energy does not make sense. Necessitating, choice C is the correct answer choice. I hope you got this question correct, and more importantly, I hope that you duly understood this unique concept of present participle together with comma leading to a cause-effect relationship. Continuation of a thought in the text completion sentences. Look at this example. You will notice that the first part of the sentence from the beginning until here asserts a thought, and the second part of the sentence elaborates on the same. The assertion in the first part is that lion has been considered an inherently certain animal such that it is used as a symbol of noble virtues such as bravery, royalty, and leadership. Therefore, the second part of the sentence here continues or elaborates on the thought in the first part of the sentence. That is the very idea of continuation of a thought in sentences. What should be our broad expectation from the correct answer choice? To fill in the blank, we need a term that reflects noble virtues such as bravery, royalty, and leadership. Our expectation can be on the lines of something like majestic. Sentences involving continuation of a thought in meaning are common on the GRE's TC and SE questions. In such sentences, different parts of the sentence continue a message, they elaborate on the same. Such continuation can be seen in roughly 20% of the sentences appearing on the test. Identifying the continuation in thought is key to filling in the blank in such sentences. Look at this example. You can notice that the first part of the sentence asserts a thought and the second part very much elaborates on the same. Finding this connection, this continuation, can make filling in the blank very easy for us. So the trade in exotic animals is subject to heavily certain laws such that an enterprise guilty of even a minor infraction risks dissolution. That means the laws are very strict. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice for filling in the blank needs to be on the lines of restrictive. One more example. Once again, you will notice that the first part of the sentence makes an assertion and the second part of the sentence continues the idea. Between the two, you have this punctuation here, semicolon. Last time we had a colon. So this tree is well known for the many ways in which it can deliver its highly potent toxin, and then different parts of the tree are all something to touch. In the first half of the sentence, it has been suggested that the tree can deliver its highly potent toxins in many ways. Therefore, all these parts of the tree must be something on the lines of deadly to touch. Continuation triggers. Very often, the triggers are not any word or phrase or punctuation. Rather, you need to understand the meaning to identify the continuation of thought. Some common cases are chronological or reverse chronological sequence of events, elaboration on a thought, very often preceded by a colon or em dash or semicolon or double dash. See, we saw a colon here playing that role. Here we had a semicolon. Similarly, in fact, dash together with colon is the most common punctuation for elaboration on a thought. Double dash can be read as namely, and it is generally used for giving names in a list. Then simple words such as before, earlier, pre, after, post, later, moreover, further, furthermore, indeed, also, besides, not only, but also, in addition to, additionally, etc. The list can be endless. As I always suggest, you don't have to memorize the list. Rather, just conceptually understand this idea of continuation of a thought in a sentence. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question. Here is the correct four-step approach. Please try to identify the continuation of thought in this sentence. Pause the video and solve it. You see this part of the sentence asserts an idea and the later part of the sentence elaborates on it. Between the two, we have a colon here. The assertion here is that the concept of teenager is a recent one. It first emerged only in the 1960s. And the second part of the sentence here is elaborating on the idea of a teenager. So this period is serving as a social evolution between child and adult in contrast with the conventional idea of physically maturing. So the conventional idea was physical maturity, whereas the concept of teenager reflects social evolution between these two stages. So what kind of period it must be? This period is serving as an evolution from being a child to being an adult. So our broad expectation from the correct answer choice can be something on the lines of changeover, that the teenage is the changeover period, social in nature, between being a child and becoming an adult. If we did not process the sentence thoroughly, if we did not pay attention, then we would end up selecting something like badgering, a term that can be used with teenage, but that's not the context here. The context here is on the lines of a transition. Inconsequential, just not correct. It does not fit the context, and it of course does not match our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Can be considered monumental, but that's not the context of the sentence here. The context here is on the lines of transition, so monumental should be very comfortably eliminated. Transitory is a very interesting answer choice. It means something short-lived. So that does not fit the context, nor does it match our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. However, if you are not paying attention, we may confuse transitory with transitionary. So we should of course be careful. Transitionary is the correct answer choice. And the key point here is that identifying this continuation of thought, the first part of the sentence, the second part of the sentence, a colon in between, was crucial to solving this question. Explanation of a term or thought in the text completion sentences. Look at this example here. You will notice that the first part of the sentence makes an assertion and the second part explains the assertion. The assertion is that Pluto in 2006 was reclassified as a dwarf planet. And this term, the dwarf planet, has been explained in the second part of the sentence. A definition of sorts of the term dwarf planet has been given here, suggesting that a dwarf planet is a planet-like celestial body that does not meet the certain mass requirement for a planet. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice to fill in the blank can be something on the lines of minimum or standard. And the key message of this slide is that sometimes in the sentences, a specific term or thought may come in. For example, in this sentence, the term dwarf planet came in, and then the sentence goes on to explain such a term or thought. Please notice this colon. Here, it worked as a trigger for explanation of a term. Sentences on the GRE's text completion and sentence equivalence questions often involve explanation or elaboration of a term or a thought already covered in the sentence. Therefore, such sentences can sometimes look bulky, and identifying this explanatory nature of the sentence can help us in solving the question and, of course, save time. Look at this example. You will notice that the second part of the sentence here very much elaborates on the first part of the sentence, and this colon here is quite an explanation trigger. Spotting this trigger and understanding the explanatory nature of this sentence will really ease our job here. The idea is that the faster model of paper cutter was something such that it took more time to maintain the cutter than what the improved speed saved. So the saving in time was less, the time used for maintenance is more. Therefore, this purchase can be termed what? This is the key term here. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice can be on the lines of counterproductive. And if you notice carefully, this term counterproductive is quite what the following part of the sentence explains or elaborates upon. See, this second part of the sentence is explaining how the purchase was counterproductive. Explanation triggers. Colon, for example, here you saw colon was an explanation trigger. The following part of the sentence explained the term or the thought in the preceding part of the sentence here. Then M dash, pair of dashes, semicolon, double dash, which practically means namely, can all be explanation triggers. Sometimes they may not be an explanation trigger as such, and due understanding of the text would be needed for identifying the explanatory nature of the sentence. As always, you don't need to remember the triggers. These are only for your conceptual understanding. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question. Here is the correct 4-step approach. Please try to identify explanation of a thought in this sentence and try to solve it. Please pause the video and attempt it. The concept of currency arose in response to the fundamental inefficiency of barter, and then we have an explanation trigger here. So what follows is an explanation of the term inefficiency of barter. This term has been explained in the later part of the sentence. The inefficiency of barter is that it relies on certain alignment between the needs and abilities of unrelated individuals. Needs and abilities of unrelated individuals must align, and therefore our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be something on the lines of coincidental. Because these entities are unrelated, that their needs and abilities align would be coincidental, and such a reliance is what lies at the core of the inefficiency of barter. With that broad expectation from the correct answer choice, we can comfortably eliminate primary, dominant, and germane, which means practical. Auspicious is more on the lines of good luck. This does not match our broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Serendipitous, meaning occurring by chance, quite matches our broad expectation. Serendipitous is the correct answer choice here. I hope you got this question correct, and more importantly, you understood the concept of explanation of a term or thought in a sentence. Chain of thought-based text completion sentences. Any well-written sentence is a chain of thought. Hence, we are not discussing a new application as such. Rather, in this session, we are discussing how to tackle a sentence when the other discussed applications such as contrast, similarity, continuation of thought, cause-effect are all missing. So, we are discussing the sentences where the earlier discussed applications, contrast, similarity, continuation of thought, or cause-effect do not play a central role in the meaning. Therefore, we need to identify the complete chain of thought to fill in the blank. Such sentences where none of the discussed applications play a central role, common to GRE's text completion and sentence equivalence questions, roughly 1/4 of the sentences are such. Let's take an example. You will notice that none of these discussed applications are playing a central role in this sentence here, and we must process the complete chain of thought. So, anesthesiologists are highly trained to ensure that certain effects of the sedatives given to patients who require general anesthesia lasts neither too long nor too short. So these doctors are highly trained to ensure that these effects are neither too long nor too short. So what kind of effects we are expecting here? Something on the lines of soporific, which is the idea of being sleep-inducing. One more example. Once again, you will find that none of these earlier discussed applications are playing a central role in this sentence, and the complete chain of thought has to be processed end to end to fill in this blank. The idea here is that this species of parrot is a certain surviving parrot species native to North America and is typically found in mountainous environments at very high altitudes. So this parrot seems to be very unique in nature, and our broad expectation from the correct answer choice for the blank can be on the lines of only, suggesting that this parrot is the only surviving parrot species native to North America and is found in such and such conditions. These sentences can be a little more difficult compared to the sentences where one of these applications play a central role, because identifying one of these applications in the sentence eases our understanding of the sentence and therefore eases identifying the broad expectation from the correct answer choice. In these sentences, you see, since there is no central theme as such, these sentences can be a bit more challenging and therefore only a bit more fun. You would have understood only is the correct answer choice here, and a more GRE-like word for only can be solitary. You would have understood that there are no chain of thought triggers. We are simply discussing the absence of the triggers for the earlier discussed applications. When there is no contrast trigger or similarity trigger or continuation trigger or cause-effect trigger, we don't have a choice but to look for the chain of thought. Something that we anyway do in all the sentences. It's just that the presence of one of these applications playing a central role in the sentence makes our job easier. An informal note here. Please don't worry too much about these different applications, contrast, similarity, continuation, cause, effect, or even chain of thought for that matter. We have broken down these applications only to help you develop an approach. The idea is that you should develop sharp reflexes so that you are able to handle the text completion or sentence equivalence questions with high accuracy under the time available. So the big picture is that we must duly understand these concepts and solve tons of questions while applying these concepts. When you would have solved a few hundred questions while duly analyzing your mistakes, you will realize that you would have developed your own reflexes for solving these questions, and you would not need to consciously apply or be aware of these different applications that we have discussed. So on that note, let's take a GRE-like example for a chain of thought-based TC question. Here is the correct approach. Please pause the video and solve it. You will notice that there is no central theme to this sentence as such, and we must process the complete chain of thought for filling in the blank. So the chain of thought is that the first deployments of explosives in combat by the gunpowder empires, and double dash means namely. So here simply the names of such empires has been given. We don't have to worry much about this part of the sentence. The chain of thought continues that the first deployment of explosives in combat by the gunpowder empires, and then in fact you see a dash and a double dash here. So in fact this part of the sentence is also simply a further elaboration on these three empires under discussion. So even this information here is extra information, and the main chain of thought here is that the first deployment of explosives in combat by these empires, as in these deployments, were roughly what? It's one of those questions where coming up with a broad expectation from the correct answer choice is quite difficult, and we must use the answer choices to our advantage and go by elimination. If we read very deeply, we will realize that the first deployments were roughly what? Some sense of similarity is needed here. So we need a word that suggests a logical similarity. Parallel is a word that shows similarity, but the deployments of explosives being parallel is not a logical thing to say. Therefore, this should be eliminated. Similarly, equal is also a word that shows similarity, but the first deployments being equal does not make sense. Then the first deployments being roughly coordinated does not logically complete the sentence, and that the first deployments were roughly adapted does not logically complete the sentence. Coeval, suggesting contemporary or happening at the same time, does suggest a logical similarity that we are looking for, that the first deployments of explosives in combat by these empires happened roughly at the same time makes complete sense. Coeval here duly fills in the blank and leads to a sentence that is complete and coherent. If you got this question correct and through the correct reasoning, a very good job. More importantly, I hope you understood this concept of duly processing the chain of thought for filling in the blanks. Overview of the two blank text completion questions on the GRE. Look at this sentence. What should be our broad expectation from the correct answer choice for each of the two blanks? For the first blank, something like tricks. So no amount of tricks can help a GRE candidate score the 99th percentile. For due success, a candidate must focus on, guess what? Concepts. What do the two blank text completion questions look like? Here is a visual. You are given a short paragraph with 2 blanks, and for each blank, you are given 3 answer choices. You must select one of the 3 answer choices for the first blank and one of the 3 answer choices for the second blank, such that the selected answer choices lead to a logical and coherent paragraph. So you are given a short passage or say paragraph with 1 to 5 sentences. There are 2 blanks in the paragraph. Therefore, 2 crucial words are omitted. You are given 3 answer choices for each blank. The choices are in the form of a word each or a short phrase each. You need to select one of the 3 answer choices for each blank, choices that lead to a complete and coherent passage. A question is correct only if all, as in both your responses, are correct. Unfortunately, no partial credits. Virtues of the correct answer choices. The correct answer choices must lead to a complete and coherent passage, logically conveying the intended meaning. What is tested? These questions test a candidate's ability to complete an incomplete text by using the meaning of the given text and context, the intended meaning of the complete passage, the meaning of the answer choices. So yes, there is vocabulary involved. However, this is not a test of vocabulary as such, rather it is a test of reasoning. Vocabulary is just a medium. Understanding the meaning is the key. So, very importantly, please understand that it is not about tricks or shortcuts, rather, it is about concepts and approach. What to expect? On the GRE, you can expect roughly 3 2 blank TC questions, roughly 1 question in the first verbal section, and roughly 2 questions in the second verbal section. Overall time available per verbal question on the GRE is roughly 90 seconds. However, the reading comprehensions and the 3 blank questions can take longer. Therefore, your target time per 2 blank TC questions on the GRE must be roughly 60 seconds. Therefore, 2 blank text completion questions are very much a question type in which you can score high and save time. I hope this session gave you a good overview. In the next session, we would be discussing an efficient approach, a fine strategy for solving these questions. Strategy for attempting 2 blank text completion questions on the GRE. Look at this sentence. Let's read it together. An efficient approach can help you score high while also saving time for RCs on the test. That is exactly what we are going to do in this session. We are going to discuss an efficient approach, a fine strategy for attempting the 2 blank TC questions. What do the 2 blank TC questions look like? Here is a visual. You are given a short paragraph with 2 blanks, and there are 3 answer choices for filling each of the 2 blanks. You need to select one of the 3 answer choices in each column so that the selected answer choices lead to a complete and coherent paragraph. Let's discuss the stepwise strategy. Step 1 is to read until the first blank in the paragraph, just until the first blank. And when you reach the blank, you need to glance at the answer choices. The choices will give you the broad possibilities of the overall meaning. Very important, please don't start plugging in the answer choices, rather just get the broad possibilities. Okay, so if this is the question, step 1 is to start reading from here until the first blank. Okay, and now when I reach the blank, I must just glance at the answer choices to get the broad possibilities of the overall meaning. Then, step 2 is to read until the second blank in the paragraph. Once again, on the blank, glance at the answer choices. The choices will give you the broad possibilities of the overall meaning. Once again, please don't start plugging in, just get the broad possibilities. Then step 3 is to read the rest of the paragraph and understand the intended core meaning of the paragraph. So this is the stage where you need to zero down on the intended core meaning. Filter out the extra information. It is there to confuse you. Focus on the core meaning of the paragraph. The answer choices and the broad possibilities they represent will help you in getting the intended core meaning. Step 4 is to fill one of the blanks, and as always, go by elimination. Have such a grid in place. Suppose you are able to eliminate A, B, you feel like holding it, and then C, you are able to eliminate. That means B is selected. Therefore, in step 4, one of the blanks gets filled. Please understand, it doesn't have to be the first blank, it can be any of the two blanks. Then in step 5, fill the other blank. Once again, go by elimination. Step 6 would be to cross-check, read the complete duly filled paragraph end to end. Ensure that the resultant paragraph is logical and coherent, conveying the intended meaning. Let's quickly summarize the strategy. Step 1, read until the first blank, and once you reach the blank, glance at the answer choices for broad possibilities. Step 2, read until the second blank. Once you are at the blank, glance at the answer choices for broad possibilities. Step 3, read the rest of the paragraph and get the intended core meaning. Then fill one of the blanks by elimination. Always have such a grid in place. Step 5, now fill the other blank, once again by elimination. And the last step, as always, is to cross-check. So this is a very important slide. We are going to use a miniature of this slide. Here it is throughout this course for solving the two blank TC questions. Let's apply this strategy on a GRE-like example. Here is a paragraph with two blanks, 3 answer choices for the first blank and 3 answer choices for the second blank. And here is the correct approach for solving the two blank TC questions. Please pause the video and use this strategy for solving this question. Please do not randomly solve this question. Put conscious effort towards following this 6-step approach. The first step is to read until the first blank. So we start reading from here. It is natural to assume the. Now once we are at the blank, we must glance at the answer choices. So it is natural to assume the uniqueness, reliability, or failure of one's instincts. Very importantly, we'll not start plugging in the answer choices. We have just got that the paragraph is talking about the uniqueness, reliability, or failure of one's instincts. Now let's follow the second step, which is to read until the second blank. And here is a contrast trigger, but it is easy for instincts to do something to us. And what is this something? Invigorate, guide, or mislead. Now something very interesting, we have a contrast trigger here, and therefore the correct answer choices are going to be in contrast with each other. For example, if failure is selected here, then mislead cannot be selected here because failure and mislead are not in contrast. If failure is selected, then guide or maybe even invigorate can work. Similarly, if reliability is selected here, then guide is not going to work because reliability and guide are not in contrast. Nonetheless, let's look at the third step now, which is to read the rest of the paragraph. So from here to here. Numerous studies have shown that there is a wide variety of unconscious biases. See, these unconscious biases are quite the same as instincts. And then a very interesting phrase here that these unconscious biases or instincts are not reflective of reality, and that these unconscious biases play an immense role in shaping our judgments. So what is the core meaning here? The core meaning is that instincts or a wide variety of unconscious biases do not reflect reality and play an immense role in shaping our judgments. So with that, let's get to step 4 here. Let's try to fill any one of the two answer choices. We found this phrase very interesting, that these biases or instincts are not reflective of reality. And now let's focus on this part of the paragraph. It is easy for instincts to do something to us. Now, these instincts are not reflective of reality. So, something which is not reflective of reality, what is it likely to do to us? Look at these answer choices. Such a thing is definitely not going to guide us because it is not reflective of reality. And we discussed that the two blanks have to be in contrast. So if guide has been eliminated here, failure can be eliminated from here. So something which is not reflective of reality is likely to mislead us. That is such a good answer choice. However, we have not eliminated choice D yet. Let us be sure about getting a pair here. So uniqueness is just not fitting the context. Let's try reliability here. So it is natural to assume the reliability of one's instincts, but it is easy for instincts to mislead us for all of these reasons. See, the duly filled paragraph looks so coherent, so invigorate can be very comfortably eliminated. We could eliminate choices A, C, D, and E. Choices B and F win. So see, we were able to fill the other blank as well using elimination. And let's quickly cross-check now. So we will fill in the selected answer choices and read the paragraph. It is natural to assume the reliability of one's instincts, but it is easy for instincts to mislead us for the reasons mentioned in the rest of the paragraph. The complete paragraph makes sense. We have been able to fill the blanks in such a way that the resultant paragraph is complete, logical, and coherent. Step 6 has been completed, and if you got this question correct by applying the suggested strategy, a very good job. By now, you must be familiar with these miniatures. Strategy for solving the one blank TC questions or SE questions, and the strategy for solving two blank TC questions or three blank TC questions. You may have noticed an inherent difference in these two strategies. In one blank TC questions or SE questions, we attempt to get the core meaning right in the first step here, whereas in two blank or three blank TC questions, we attempt at getting the intended core meaning much later. Similarly, looking at answer choices is something that we get to much later here after we have set the broad expectation from the correct answer choice. But here we glance at the answer choices much earlier. So there is a clear and definite difference, and there is good reason why. See, in these questions, you only have one sentence to deal with, and only one word is missing. Therefore, it is possible to get to the core meaning right in the beginning. In this case, the paragraph is much bigger generally, and there are multiple blanks. So getting to the core meaning is generally not possible or very difficult until you at least understand the broad possibilities around the intended core meaning. That's why we glance at the answer choices to get the broad possibilities. And after reading the complete paragraph and having a broad idea of the possibilities, we can estimate the intended core meaning. Then in these questions, you have 5 or 6 answer choices. 5 in the case of one blank TC questions, 6 in the case of SE questions, whereas here you have 3 choices per blank. So in this case, looking at the answer choices without duly processing the complete sentence and getting an idea of the core meaning will leave you confused. But here there are only 3 answer choices, and as we know that blanks represent important words missing from the paragraph, Looking at these nominal number of answer choices gives us an idea of what of the possibilities around those important words missing from the paragraph. Lastly, in these questions, there is an interdependence among the answer choices. You know there are 3 blanks, and an answer choice coming in one blank needs to work with another answer choice coming in another blank and some other answer choice coming in the third blank. So all the answer choices have to work together. Getting a sense of the possibilities right in the early stages helps us in processing such interdependence, and it of course helps us in getting the intended core meaning of the paragraph. In this case, there is only one blank, so there is no question of any interdependence among answer choices because you have to select only one answer choice, unlike selecting 2 or 3 answer choices in these question types. So I hope I have been able to give you a fair understanding of the difference between the two strategies and the reasoning behind the same. I hope this will help you in applying each strategy better. I would end this video on a note of caution that plugging in too early is always a bad idea, no matter the question type. In this question type, you have to get down to the answer choices anyway at a much later stage. And even in these question types, you are not supposed to start plugging in. In these early stages, the idea is only to take a glance at the answer choices so that you are made aware of the broad possibilities around the intended core meaning of the paragraph. Actual rejection and selection of the answer choices anyway happens, which is the second last stage here as well as here. Common mistakes to avoid in attempting 2 blank text completion questions. Most of these mistakes are common to the ones covered in 1 blank TC chapters. We will be revising these quickly, and we will also cover a few more common mistakes unique to 2 blank text completion questions. The most common rookie mistake is to directly start plugging in the answer choices. Remember, there are 2 blanks with 3 answer choices each. So there are 3 times 3, 9 possibilities, and the ideal duration for solving 2 blank TC questions is just 60 seconds. So plugging in is a bad idea. Then not going by elimination, not reading closely enough, a very common mistake. Please always read end to end, spot all the shifts in meaning, and duly process all the contrast triggers. Next common mistake, going by sound of the word. Rather, please go by the meaning. You are bound to sometimes come across an unknown word. In that case, use the CRC technique taught by us, the context root connotation technique. So all these common mistakes were covered under the 1 blank TC concepts. These very much apply to all the TC questions, 1 blank, 2 blank, or 3 blanks. We just quickly revised them. Now let's look at some common mistakes specific to the 2 blank TC questions. One of the most common mistakes is trying to fill the blanks strictly in the given order. Often the second blank may be easier to fill, so please go by reasoning and not by order as such. Next common mistake, not using the answer choices to your advantage. The elimination or selection of answer choice for 1 blank will help you in elimination or selection of answer choices for the other blank because certain correct or incorrect answer choices can only work together. For better understanding of this concept of using the answer choices to our advantage, I am preparing a separate video. Please watch that video next. A very interesting concept, using answer choices to your advantage. Look at this sentence. I'm giving you 2 answer choices for each blank. We notice a cause-effect relationship here in the context of offer of a lift. So imagine if Paul accepted the offer, he must dread the idea of a walk. So accepted and dreaded can only work together. Similarly, if he declined the offer, then he must enjoy the idea of a walk. So once again, these two answer choices, declined and enjoyed, can only work together. If one gets selected, the other selects itself, and if one gets rejected, the other rejects itself. Here, the idea is walk on such beautiful days. That means Paul enjoyed this walk and therefore he declined the offer. See how interesting it is? We selected one answer choice and the other answer choice selected itself, and the other two answer choices can be simultaneously eliminated. So, if we use the answer choices to our advantage, the high number of answer choices can actually help us. The 6 answer choices in 2 blank questions can be a bit overwhelming, as in all 9 combinations are possible. However, please don't worry. If used well, the high number of answer choices can actually help us, because the elimination or selection of answer choice for one blank very often helps in elimination or selection of answer choices for the other blank, because certain correct or incorrect answer choices can only work together. Let's look at this simple example. Here are the answer choices. Imagine very prosperous, the town saw aristocratic, strangers would make sense. So prosperous can work with aristocratic. If one is selected, the other selects itself. If one is rejected, the other rejects itself. Similarly, isolated can work with only very few, and famous would work with a great many. Here we have a sense of depravity in this word even pass. That means the message is not very positive. Choices such as famous must be eliminated, and if famous gets eliminated, a great many eliminates itself. Similarly, prosperous gets eliminated, and correspondingly, aristocratic eliminates itself. Isolated gets selected, and therefore, correspondingly, very few selects itself. Very isolated, the town saw very few strangers even pass through it. So I hope the concept is absolutely clear. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question along with the answer choices, and here is the correct approach for solving these questions. Try to use the answer choices to your advantage. Please pause the video and solve this. Now imagine conformable in warm climates. The Siberian Husky has ethically been exported would make sense. So these two answer choices work together. If one is selected, the other has a very high chance of selecting itself. If one is rejected, the other likely rejects itself. Similarly, unsuited to warm climates, the Siberian Husky has nonetheless been exported makes sense. So once again, these two answer choices work together. Similarly, unconcerned by warm climates, nonchalantly exported would work together. That you will have 3 such pairs working together is unlikely on the test. Here, since we are trying to teach this concept, we came up with 3 such pairs. Now let's read the sentence carefully and see which of these pairs can work. See, the animal rights and welfare activists have been irked, which means irritated. Therefore, it's a negative message here. Siberian Husky must be unsuited to warm climates. Therefore, this answer choice is correct, and if this choice is correct, the corresponding choice here selects itself. The positive answer choice gets eliminated, and if conformable in is eliminated, the corresponding answer choice ethically gets eliminated. Unconcerned by gets eliminated, and the corresponding answer choice here gets eliminated. This slide was not so much about getting the question correct, it was about using the answer choices to our advantage. I hope you got the concept. Please apply this approach going forward and use the high number of answer choices in 2 blank and 3 blank questions to your advantage. Overview of the 3 blank text completion questions on the GRE. Look at this paragraph. What do you think should be our broad expectation from the correct answer choice for filling each of these 3 blanks? Let's read this paragraph. So, text completion questions can be very helpful in scoring high on the GRE's verbal section. This is because a smart test taker can, on these questions, achieve high accuracy while also saving time. What do the 3 blank TC questions look like? Here is a visual. You are given a short paragraph with 3 blanks. For each of these blanks, you are given 3 answer choices, and you are supposed to select one of the 3 answer choices from each column such that the selected choices lead to a logical and coherent paragraph. So you are given a short passage or say paragraph with 1 to 5 sentences. There are 3 blanks, therefore 3 crucial words are omitted. You are given 3 choices for each blank. The choices are 1 word each or a short phrase each. You need to select one of the 3 answer choices for each blank, choices that lead to a complete and coherent paragraph. A question is considered correct only if all 3 responses are correct. Therefore, unfortunately, no partial credits. Virtues of the correct answer choices. In 3 blank text completion questions, the 3 correct answer choices must lead to a complete and coherent paragraph, logically conveying the intended meaning. What is tested? These questions test a candidate's ability to complete an incomplete text by using the meaning of the given text and context, the intended meaning of the complete passage, the meaning of the answer choices. So yes, there is vocabulary involved. However, this is not a test of vocabulary as such. Rather, it is a test of reasoning. Vocabulary is just a medium. Understanding the meaning is the key. So, very importantly, please understand that it is not about tricks or shortcuts. Rather, it is about concepts and approach. What to expect? On the GRE, you can expect 3 text completion questions with 3 blanks, roughly 1 question in the first verbal section, and roughly 2 questions in the second verbal section. Time available per verbal question on the GRE is roughly 90 seconds. Your target time per 3 blank text completion questions on the GRE, roughly 75 seconds per question overall. Remember, reading comprehensions take longer. Text completion and sentence equivalence are the question types in which you can score high while also saving time. Strategy for attempting 3 blank text completion questions on the GRE. Look at this paragraph. Let's read this together. Don't look for something. To perform well on the GRE verbal questions, focus on something and go by something of the incorrect answer choices. So don't look for what, tricks or shortcuts. To perform well on the GRE verbal questions, focus on the meaning and go by elimination of the incorrect answer choices. This is quite the correct approach, and in this lesson, we will be discussing a fine strategy for attempting the 3 blank TC questions. What do the 3 blank TC questions look like? Here is a visual. In these questions, you are given an incomplete paragraph with 3 blanks and 3 answer choices for filling each of the 3 blanks. You need to select one of the 3 answer choices for each blank such that the resultant paragraph is complete, logical, and coherent. The strategy for attempting the 3 blank TC questions is very similar to the strategy we discussed for attempting the 2 blank TC questions. Step 1 is to read until the first blank in the paragraph. Once you reach the first blank, glance at the answer choices. This glance at the answer choices will give you the broad possibilities of the overall meaning. Very important, please do not start plugging in. The idea is to just get the broad possibilities. Step 2 is to read further until the second blank and then further until the third blank. And every time you hit a blank, you must glance at the answer choices. These answer choices will keep giving you the broad possibilities of the overall meaning. Please don't start plugging in, just keep getting the broad possibilities. Step 3 is to read the rest of the paragraph and understand the intended core meaning of the paragraph. Filter out the extra information. It is there only to confuse you. Focus on the core message. The answer choices and the broad possibilities they represent will help you in getting the intended core meaning. Step 4 is to fill one of the blanks by elimination. Please always have such a grid in place. For example, you were able to eliminate choice A, B, you held it, and C could also be eliminated. Therefore, B can be finalized. So always go by elimination. Step 5 is to fill the other blank, once again by elimination. And the last step, as always, is to cross-check. We must read the complete duly filled paragraph end to end and ensure that the resultant paragraph is logical and coherent, duly conveying the intended meaning. Let's have a quick summary of the strategy for attempting the 3 blank TC questions. Step 1, read until the first blank, and once you hit the blank, glance at the answer choices for broad possibilities. Step 2, read until the second blank and the third blank. Remember, every time you hit a blank, you must glance at the answer choices for broad possibilities. Step 3, read the rest of the paragraph and get the intended core meaning. Step 4 is to fill one of the blanks. Remember, the first blank you fill can be any of the 3 blanks. Please don't feel obliged to fill the first blank first. So fill any one of the 3 blanks that you can fill first. Always go by elimination. Have such a grid in place. Then fill the other blanks once again by elimination. And the last step, as always, is to cross-check, read the complete duly filled paragraph and make sure that the resultant paragraph is logical, coherent, and complete. So this is a very important slide. We will be using a miniature of this slide. Here it is during rest of this course. Please befriend this correct 6-step approach for doing well at the 3 blank TC questions. Let's apply this strategy on a GRE-like example. Here is the incomplete paragraph along with the answer choices. Here is the correct approach for attempting the 3 blank TC questions. Please pause the video and solve this using the strategy that we just learned. Step 1, we read until the first blank. So a national mandate cutting sales taxes would do something bad or something good to the economy. So see, we read until the first blank and we glanced at the answer choices to get the broad possibilities here. Now step 2, we will repeat these steps. So we read further. And governance of the southwestern region, in addition to forcing local governments which appropriate the bulk of sales tax revenue. So this is extra information between the 2 commas. This is not crucial to the meaning of the sentence. This can be overlooked. So the paragraph is talking about what all this mandate will do. It would do something to the economy, and in addition to forcing the local government to be more something in their spending, so wasteful, regular, or judicious, it would stimulate. So now we have a positive word here suggesting that the mandate is likely to have positive results. So stimulate local economies by bringing consumer spending up to levels not something under current tax rates. So we completed step 2 and simultaneously we also completed step 3 because the third blank was virtually at the end of the paragraph. So steps 2 and 3 could be simultaneously completed. We understand that the core meaning here is to convey the positives of this mandate around cutting sales taxes. The mandate would do something positive to the economy. It would force the local governments to be more something positive in their spending, and it would stimulate local economies by bringing consumer spending up to levels not something like achievable under current tax rates. So consumer spending up to levels not achievable makes sense. Not flexible does not make sense. Not pernicious, meaning harmful, does not make sense. So we were able to fill the third blank first. So step 4 has been completed. For the other two blanks, we need answer choices with positive meanings. Incapacitate is a negative word, so is muddle, therefore improve wins. The second blank, we need a positive word. Here, profligate is a negative word, meaning wasteful. Regular is a neutral to positive word, however, this does not fit the context here. The government, being judicious in its spending, duly fits the context and leads to a coherent paragraph together with the other two answer choices. So step 5 has also been completed here. Let's cross-check. The answer choices selected were these three. Let's fill these carefully and confirm. A national mandate cutting sales taxes would improve the economy and governance of the region. In addition to forcing local governments to be more judicious in their spending, it would, as in cutting sales taxes, would stimulate local economies by bringing consumer spending up to levels not achievable under current tax rates. The complete paragraph is logical, coherent, and conveys the intended meaning. Common mistakes to avoid while attempting 3 blank text completion questions. Most of the mistakes are common to the ones covered in the 1 blank text completion chapters. In this video, we would have a quick recap of such mistakes and we would cover some more common mistakes unique to the 2 and 3 blank text completion questions. The most common and a rookie mistake is to directly start plugging in the answer choices. Remember, there are 3 blanks to be filled and there are 3 answer choices for each blank. In all, there are 3 times 3 times 3, 27 possibilities, and you have only around 75 seconds per question. So directly plugging in is a bad idea. Next common mistake is to not go by elimination. Please always have such a grid in place and go by elimination. Next common mistake is not reading closely enough. Please always read end to end, spot all shifts in meaning while duly processing all the contrast triggers involved. Another common mistake is going by sound of the words. Rather, please always go by the meaning. Sometimes you're bound to face unknown words. Then please apply the CRC technique, the context root connotation technique taught by us, rather than going by sound of the words. All these mistakes were covered under the 1 blank TC concepts, and these very much apply to all the TC questions. Let us now cover some common mistakes peculiar to multiple blank questions. The most common of such mistakes is trying to fill the blanks strictly in the given order. Please understand, very often the second blank or the third blank may be easier to fill, so please go by reasoning, not by the order as such. Last, not using the answer choices to your advantage. These questions have so many blanks and so many answer choices, it can get a bit overwhelming. However, please understand that the elimination or selection of answer choice for 1 blank very often helps in elimination or selection of answer choices for the other blank, because certain correct or incorrect answer choices can only work together. To explain this concept of using the answer choices to your advantage, I am preparing a separate video. Please watch that video next. Using answer choices to your advantage in 3 blank text completion questions. Please don't fear the 9 answer choices. If used well, the high number of answer choices can actually help us. 9 answer choices in the 3 blank questions may sound too much as they lead to a total of 27 combinations. However, please don't worry. If used well, the high number of answer choices can actually help us in solving the question, because the elimination or selection of answer choice for 1 blank very often helps in elimination or selection of answer choices for the other blanks, because certain correct or incorrect answer choices can only work together. For example, look at this simple sentence. Here are the answer choices. we can notice that lacking inspiration, the artist made little progress would work. Therefore, inspiration and little is a pair of answer choices that can only work together. Similarly, lacking inhibition, the artist made considerable progress would work well. Therefore, inhibition and considerable work together. Then, lacking haste, the artist made careful progress works fine. Therefore, haste and careful work together. Let's read further. It was only something of missing the gallery deadline that kept him working at all. So it was only because of the deadline that he was working at all. So fear works very well for the third blank, that it was only the fear of missing the gallery deadline that kept him working at all. Therefore, an answer choice like lacking inhibition or haste can be eliminated, and therefore the corresponding answer choices considerable for inhibition and careful for haste also eliminate themselves. Lacking inspiration, the artist made little progress on his latest project. It was only the fear of missing the gallery deadline that kept him working at all. The paragraph makes complete sense, and you notice once inspiration got selected, little, the corresponding answer choice, selected itself. I hope this thoroughly explains how certain correct and incorrect answer choices only work together, and this aspect can help us use the answer choices to our advantage. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question along with the answer choices. Here is the correct approach. Please try to use the answer choices to your advantage here. Please pause the video and solve this. You will notice that an answer choice like highly cohesive would work with this answer choice, perfectly aligning with, and an answer choice such as self-contradictory would work well with bizarrely contrasting against. It's about bringing to mind the dense, expansive albums, dense being an important operative word here, suggesting that opaque can work very well here. There is no context for varied, and a negative word such as vague would not be correct because the conclusion here is something positive. See how important it is to read the complete paragraph end to end. This last sentence here has an important role to play in eliminating vague here. So one blank has been filled. Then it's about something melodic and something harsh coming together. These two are not cohesive, these are contradictory. We could eliminate this answer choice, so we can also eliminate the corresponding answer choice here, perfectly aligning with. Such contrasting composition cannot be called straightforward, nor can we say that such a deep contrast would not have an effect. Let's read this end to end once. The eclectic musician's latest song has drawn much attention for its self-contradictory nature, and then the further part suggests what the contradiction is, that melodic symphonies bizarrely contrast against its harsh lyrics and vocals. The themes of the song are exceptionally opaque, bringing to mind the dense, expansive albums beloved by music fanatics in the 1970s. And then this last part of the sentence suggests that overall the song is interesting and therefore not sure whether good or bad. It is interesting and therefore something positive. This observation is what helped us in eliminating this very interesting answer choice, vague. This was a trap, and to navigate this trap, the last part of the sentence plays a very important role. Nonetheless, the key point here is how the 9 answer choices are interdependent, and we can use these answer choices to our benefit because certain answer choices can only work together. Reading beyond the blank is fundamental to reading carefully. Very often, the catch, the key to filling in the blank lies in the preceding part of the sentence. Look at this example here. Please pause the video and note down your broad expectation from the correct answer choice here. We will get back to this example. Key to solving any text completion or sentence equivalence question is reading the complete sentence carefully and duly understanding the intended meaning. I repeat, duly understanding the intended meaning is quite the key to solving the text completion and sentence equivalence questions. Text beyond the blank is equally important. Sometimes it is more important because the text beyond the blank generally contains information crucial to the complete meaning. It very often contains clues for the blank, and more often than not, it contains shift in meaning and therefore a contrast. Let's get back to this example here. I'm also giving you two answer choices here. Only one of these two answer choices is correct. Please pause the video and figure out which one. So on face value, one may think that growth rate of just 1% is not impressive. However, if you pay attention and read the complete sentence end to end, giving due respect to the text beyond the blank, you will notice that the sentence talks about severity of the recession. So the context here is the company's growth under severe recession. And in such a context, a growth of 1% is not surprising. That's the correct answer. Impressive is incorrect. If your broad expectation from the correct answer choice was on the lines of surprising or unimpressive, or simply that such a growth is not bad, you have done a good job. I hope you got this question correct, and more importantly, you re-understood the importance of reading beyond the blank and processing the complete sentence carefully. Let's take a GRE-like example now. Here is the question. Here is the correct four-step approach. Please pause the video and solve it. The context here is that the country's neighbor planned to dam a river, which is the primary water source for half the country. And therefore, the government began construction of a canal to supply the affected areas. So far, it sounds like a wise thing to do. Therefore, an investment that proved what? If we don't pay attention, we would be likely to choose a very positive answer choice because so far it sounds like a wise strategy. However, when we pay attention and we read beyond the blank, we realize that the planned dam was cancelled. So this plan by the neighboring country was cancelled. Therefore, this entire step by the government sounds wasteful. So suddenly, our expectation is of a very negative word here on the lines of wasteful. So answer choices such as foresightful, prudent, the very positive answer choices, which would be a trap if we don't read beyond the blank, can now be very comfortably eliminated because we processed the complete sentence carefully. Modicum means a very small quantity that does not fit the context here. Enraged is a very interesting answer choice. If you chose enraged, you need to realize that enraged would work as the correct answer choice even if the dam was not cancelled. This government began the construction because it was enraged by the neighbor's plan. So this is something that would have applied even if the dam was not cancelled. Enraged is a trap here. Superfluous very well fills the sentence. It matches our broad expectation from the correct answer choice, which is on the lines of wasteful. Superfluous is the correct answer choice here. I hope you got this question correct, and more importantly, the importance of reading beyond the blank was reinforced. Spotting every contrast or every shift in meaning is at the core of reading carefully while attempting the GRE's text completion or sentence equivalence questions. Look at this example here. Jack says, "Are you not coming to the party?" Rose replies, "No." What do you think? Is Rose coming? Rose says no to not coming. That means Rose is coming. So good news here. Yes, Rose is coming to the party. Spotting contrast or shift in meaning is crucial for due understanding of the intended meaning of a sentence. This is our four-step approach, and in step 2, we need to set a broad expectation from the correct answer choice. Contrast reverses our broad expectation, and therefore not spotting a contrast shall lead us to an expectation which would be opposite of the correct expectation from the correct answer choice. Let's have a drill. On this slide, you will see 3 prompts with 2 answer choices each. You must select one of the 2 given answer choices. Here is the drill. Please pause the video and solve it. Equal parts unnerved and therefore unconcerned and something else. The detective marveled at something and therefore the detective doubled his efforts to identify the hackers. So on one part, the detective was unconcerned, but he was also something else. And we see a term marveled here, suggesting that the detective was also amazed at something. So while we have unnerved meaning unconcerned, we need a word here suggesting something that may lead to amazement. And therefore, impressed is the correct answer choice. Blasé means unconcerned, and therefore this is quite the opposite of what we are expecting here. If you did not process all the shifts in meaning here, you may end up choosing the incorrect answer choice. Let's look at the second question. A staunch advocate, as in a strong advocate for naturopathy, and then between these 2 dashes we have some extra information explaining what naturopathy is. The core message is that a strong advocate for naturopathy, Sebastian, nevertheless. So we have a clear shift in meaning here that severe appendicitis warranted surgery. So if he was a proponent of naturopathy, which is about treating health problems solely through natural, non-invasive means, then he should not have opted for surgery. However, we see a nevertheless here, therefore a shift in meaning that suggests that Sebastian must have opted for the surgery. Therefore, conceded is the correct answer choice here. You would choose disputed only if you failed to process all the contrast, all the shifts in meaning. Let's look at the last question here. This is a very interesting question. It requires us to check whether a contrast is needed in the blank. If yes, paradoxically would be chosen. If no, naturally would be chosen. Let's see. So Nathan is highly distrustful of authority and he is a pacifist. So he's not supposed to have positive feelings for armed forces. But on the contrary, he does have a great deal of respect for the armed forces. So we do see a contrast between the first part of the sentence and the second part of the sentence. Therefore, to justify this contrast, we need a term that introduces contrast, therefore naturally loses. Paradoxically, a word that very well introduces a contrast wins. These are the correct answer choices. If you got all 3 correct, excellent. If you got even 2 of these 3 correct, a very good job. Let's take a GRE-like question now. Here is the question. Here is the correct 4-step approach. While being mindful of all the contrasts in the sentence, please pause the video and solve it. In the first part of the sentence, we are told that this person is a respected surgeon, trusted with the most delicate of operations because of his precision, attention to detail, and unbreakable composure. Therefore, all great qualities about this individual have been talked about. And then in the second part of the sentence, we are told that in every area other than medicine, he is absent-minded. So now negative qualities have been talked about. We are told that he is clumsy and he is prone to avoidable accidents. So while he is all the good things at medicine, in areas other than medicine, he is all these bad things. So definitely we need an answer choice that suggests this sharp contrast. Our broad expectation from the correct answer choice needs to be on the lines of in sharp contrast. Fittingly is just the opposite. So is unsurprisingly. The second part of the sentence is all of surprises. Unsurprisingly would be just the opposite of what we expect. Serendipitously, meaning in a stroke of luck, just does not fit the context here. This does not lead to a logical or complete sentence. Besides, it's a very positive word to introduce such negative thoughts in the second part of the sentence. Now, these two answer choices are very interesting. We may think that they mean the same thing, but that's not correct. Unintuitively means without intuition, whereas counterintuitively means opposite to intuition or against intuition. That this person with so many good qualities would be clumsy in personal life is something which is opposite to intuition, and therefore counterintuitively and not unintuitively is the correct answer choice. If you got this question correct and through the correct reasoning end to end, a very good job.